So I was like, ah, whatever. I still needed to, like, cook dinner and take care of shit. So I was probably going to end at that time anyway. But it's just so funny how that works. It's just so funny how that works. How you doing, Agent? What up, Duarts? Doing great, man. What up, Skelix? How's this workout's going, big dog? Oh, Dora, do you know if their spell density will affect players from seeing healing? Healing the? Wait, try again. What healing are we talking about? Let me fix my Twitch. Account is logged in. Why are we not showing the chat then? Let's try this again. HP's looking pretty good. I think that they'll show, I think that they will allow you to see Healing Rain and things like that. Already with the spell effects, though, you already don't see things like Spirit Link Totem, so it may not show you as many things, possibly. All right, for whatever reason. Okay, I see YouTube chat. But my third-party tool is not showing Twitch chat for some reason. Yeah. Yeah, this is looking really nuts for Raid. Especially with some of these big changes coming in. Yeah. Oh. Whoopsie. So you know how you should just never update apps ever? I held off on updating an app forever. And then the app became so unstable it crashed. And now it's my, fine, I'll update the stupid app. It's the like Twitch chat and YouTube chat combined thing. So I have to actually install the update. Which is honestly a tragedy. Honestly, a freaking tragedy. Hate updating things. Long live the mic. True, Aboko. Thank you for the 5-stream streak, dude. Howdy, Bizzle. Hey, you've been losing weight. Skillix, good shit, dude. H-Priest is super fun. We might play some today, Emmo. We're going to do Pally and then Druid, I think, to get ourselves started. And we'll see where the day takes us. Okay. Is the apps updated? Let's find out. Yo, Seraphita, thank you for gifting a 3-month sub to Bizzle. Thank you so much. Okay. Let's see. And we updated the app and it actually works. Holy shit. All right. Everything works now. What up, Chris? I have access to Heroic Raid and M+ Trinkets as Dinar. Which trinkets will help the most? 2 buys left. Heroic Pick Me Up, Mythic Light Shard, Mythic Candle. Yeah, Heroic Pick Me Up is your first option for sure. And if you already have those items, I'd consult the list I have on Wowhead. I don't remember how far down the list goes. There's 2 streams, Christopher. Click through to the YouTube and there'll be the other option for you. You have an embarrassing confession to make? Well, as the priest here, I am ready to hear your confession. I started playing Druid, I think I like it. Nice. Hey, Butters. All good, Christopher. Yeah, they filled quick. We got Mr. Nate Dogg. And, oh, I'm a Horde character. I couldn't even tell. He was like, yo, you want a key? I was like, definitely. He asked me if I had people on, and before I could fix my Twitch chat and everything, he already filled the group. So, you know, we take those. We kind of take those. So far, Priest is too good. I'd like to call it fun and interactive, you know? I'm glad to hear it, Alan. Glad to hear it. Now, Druid is actually pretty fun. What I don't like about it is that it's like your spells make other stuff, and then the stuff itself does the healing. And that's like the hero talent, so like the blooms. I want like my regrowth. Well, I guess the regrowth does hit hard. I want my hots to hit harder. I want less like frou-frou hero talent stuff doing healing, and I want more of my like basic abilities, you know? I'm coming. I have tried Void Weaver for the M0s, but I've not yet tried it for M+. Need to, though. Ready. Yeah, we got lots to try this week. Lots and lots and lots to try this week. Do I have mana oil? 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 No oil. Fuck. Okay, it worked. We did it. Prez is like kind of appealing, but it's like it's gotten better, but it's still not that great. Yeah. Yeah, yesterday I did some Lightsmith. So now we're doing some AC. Or some Herald, rather. That, I'm not sure of, Tiger. Had more health. He actually saw health bars moving up with hots. Oh, 100%. 100%. Lightsmith is a lot of fun. We might play it again today. But I got a lot of healer specs and setups to get through. We basically have to do 14 dungeon runs to cover everything. So we're doing that. Thankfully, we have a lot of time. So, like, we will cover it eventually. I will have videos if you guys miss something. So always, like, make sure you're checking out the YouTube. But the game plan is quite literally every single week of testing. We will go through every single hero talent combo, at least for the first 4 weeks. So we've tested all the dungeons with every combo. And then probably after that, we'll focus on more of like what's going to be meta or looks like it's meta. Yeah. Worst thing in PTR? That's a good question, and I don't know the answer to it yet. But I will eventually have an answer for you someday. It's good to ask those things, so that way it helps me figure out what I'll make like videos about. Absolutely. I thought we had more stacks at a Judgment of Light. Street from Raid second boss, Luthamar Silk. Isn't that like shared with everybody? I think it's like 5 mil shared. Oh, this is the multiple stacks of crit. Never mind. Yeah, that one is really, really good. Oh, is it not shared? Ooh. Well, then we're going to try it again. Do I have it? Yes, but not equipped. That's the other thing I gotta remember. I gotta make sure I'm also trying all the trinket combos, not just the ones that are OP right now. Getting into healing, not at all motivation to DPS now. People top the charts through one button rotation or close to it. True, there's no skill in being a damage dealer. Very good point. I mean, I got a bunch of guides, my dude. Exclamation point guides, exclamation point YouTube, depending on what you're playing. I also have a playlist that I am adding to every single season with more new player guides. You can always check that out on YouTube. That has everything from like how to triage heal, how to, you know, predict damage in dungeons, stuff like that. I'll probably be working on like a basic guide, like super new player guide soon too. Those are give people the Reshi wraps so they can do the raid. They should. I think they kind of need to. I'm sure they're like figuring that out, but I would also highly advise you, highly advise you to farm it up at least on one character so you can raid. There'll be a thing to get the wraps and raid. Well, there you go. Time. A15 the other day with a Warlock using the 1 button. I'm not surprised, man. I'm not surprised. Damage dealing is pretty easy. Why do you think I graduated from it long ago and went to go play healer? Grew up, you know? What's the worst spec for the 1 button? Out of curiosity, what's the worst spec? I was literally a child when he was a DPS. Yeah, but this child got cutting edge countless times, okay? So I don't want to hear it. Boy Prodigy? I even felt stupid saying that. Windwalker and DH are the worst. I'm surprised DH is the worst with like a 1 button. That's crazy. I need to turn on Cell. I probably need to set up Cells today, so I have it for all my healers later on throughout the week. Yeah. But I just wanted to give him, some time, basically. Make sure Cell and any other add-ons that I'm turning on, excuse me, make sure that they're not gonna like be crazy bugging out on me, because the last thing I want to do in these dungeons is, oh my god, die. Last thing I want to be doing in these dungeons is dying, but also last thing I want to be doing in these dungeons is combating add-ons and shit, you know. God, could I put both beacons on the tank? That'd be sick. Holy. Okay, you have all of the healing I could potentially muster. Put into your character. No. Here goes that idea. I just cannot dispel. There's just more dispels than there actually is. There's more debuffs than there actually are my dispels. Shit's so annoying. Shit is super annoying. Wait, is the damage meter not showing? Yeah, I'll figure out the vertical after this relay, but it should show. Beacon dispels, that'd be nice. God, that'd be nice. Having leftovers in the fridge, and every time you open the fridge, you smell the thought of, you open the fridge, the smell of how good it is comes through. Yeah. I feel you, man. Just means you made some good food. Could be worse, you could have an empty fridge. Okay, it is bound. I'm just, like, driving myself steadily insane. I'm like, I feel like I have the muscle memory for the 8-second dispel in my brain, but I just keep mashing the button and nothing happens. So... yeah, there's 2 streams relay on YouTube. Click through to the YouTube channel, and you'll see the second stream. Don't know why it doesn't show the damage meter right now, but it should. I'm playing Herald and Normie Wings. Pretty similar build to what you have on live right now. Pretty similar. I'm just exploding from full HP. I'm just exploding from full HP. I don't even know what killed me. It just suddenly took back-to-back 8 mil hits. That's crazy. That's crazy. The Brewmaster rework? I don't know. I don't know. Not too sure about it. Not too sure. Pally AoE healing better? It feels better, yeah. I like having like the after effect for wings and stuff like that, so let me slam dunk wings. Spread around all my dawn lights. Dude, this is crazy damage from this thing. Like once you pop the shield for the bot, it just radiates damage for like 8 mil a tick. It's absurd. And makes ground effects. And makes puddles. I've been going back and forth and testing both Lightsmith and Herald with the builds and everything like that. So we've just been kind of experimenting right now. Too soon to be like, this is definitely the best stuff ever. Just experimenting with them both. Top 3 melee predictions? Nope. We are in the first week of M+. It is super early. I did make a tier list of the hero talents for healers and just like my initial thoughts on them from like fun and like vibe perspective. But yeah, like trying to figure out the meta and stuff this early, it's a fool's errand. Shit's only gonna change. Like I'm sure I'm gonna make a tier list in like a week or so. Once we get a chance to like test everything in keys. But it's still gonna be like super initial of like early thoughts kind of deal, you know? Yeah, raid testing tomorrow. So raid testing is gonna be Thursday and Friday for Heroic. And then Friday, Saturday, technically Sunday, but I'm not streaming it, so it's like it doesn't exist. But technically, Friday, Saturday, Sunday is normal. So I try to grab as many different healers as I can, bring them through normal. I think that'd be a lot of fun. And then we'll just see how they perform. I might do, what, like Pally, Monk, Shaman first, I think. Something like that. Oh my gosh, why? Need a treadmill while working? You should get one, dude. They're pretty sick. They're pretty sick. Here's the link for it. If my bot decides to work today. Actually, I think I have it linked in the description on YouTube. I don't know, my chat just like froze on me. It'll catch up. Some point. Pally's back unless there's a priest or prez in the group. I wonder if Pally's gonna just crank huge amounts of healing in raid though. I'm really curious with Lightsmith. I'm really curious. Yeah, I could see the Eye of Ashara comparison. I wish the like skybox is a little bit better though. Yeah, I guess the boss is just kind of down right now. Stream just started, Kyle. This is our first key of the day. First key of the day. Can you just bubble this? Oh, it automatically deploys it. Interesting. Oh, I get destroyed. You're also the season based on tier set looks, and Pally looks pretty solid. Yeah, man. I think having like the after wings effect is going to be really helpful for the spec, so you feel a little bit less like swingy, you know? Oh, he took double stacks. I was wondering why he was getting destroyed. Yeah. Thank you, Magic. Okay, gonna pop wings. Shit, we're so close. There we go. Yeah, we're actually getting a decent bit of value out of the Sun's avatar here, because it still has laser beams going out after my brief like awakening proc ends. It helps a ton. Nice. What's always so interesting about doing PTR testing is tanks will pull around like what they think will kill them. But more often than not, the party is gonna die before the tank dies. So when you get it with a tank who's like doing hardcore limit testing, it's really just like absurd heal checks. I think it's really nuts. You clicking? You know, tomorrow we have 4 straight hours of raid testing. We got a full ass raid night. A whole raid night. Nah, I haven't messed around with Chrono Odyssey. Is it good? Am I wrong? It looked kind of like New Worlds. It's something. That doesn't sound good. That doesn't sound good. What's our eye level? 710. What is that in raid difficulty level? Like heroic gear? It's somehow worse than New World? Really? That's crazy. I feel like a lot of new MMOs have just been kind of like, cool. You know, I feel like, especially as WoW players, you know, we're always kind of like, oh, I wonder if they're going to make something that's better than WoW. And then we just haven't had that happen, you know? And so now we're like, new MMO, whatever. Combat's good? That's interesting. Just dispelled. Oh well, we bubble. We bubble. I think it's like 25 hours from now for raid testing. That's usually what it is. But I'm pretty sure they have the times if you just look it up on, like, if you just Google, like, 11-2 PTR raid test or something. But if you're on, like, around this time, you'll probably be fine. There you go. Adora's got you. See, my chat knows everything. Just ask the question. Good prize evoker to follow. Guild needs you on evoker next year, but I enjoy healing keys. All right, I hope you like Jak Thier. Starting now, make sure you're on like 2 to 3 hours behind. No way it's stable or functioning. Usually raid testing will be. They super high prio it. Sometimes raid testing's been late, but rarely. I think Blizzard will never not do raid testing, so we could be surprised for a raid. It would only be like a mini raid. It would only be like a mini raid. And it would be pretty sick if they would do it. I would love for Blizzard to do like a step through time and have us like revisit old boss fights. And they don't even necessarily have to be like, you know, the Jailer or Ragnaros or Sylvanas. It doesn't have to be like end bosses, you know? But they could be like, you know, a mid boss or something like that. You know, you redo the Hive Mind, and like the Hive Mind was like this big rot damage encounter that was super fun to heal. And you kind of make like a mini raid out of those bosses. I think that'd be sick. That would be really hype. So, my bot is just not working today. John, help, bot no work. All right, the clarion call has gone out. Check the YouTube, Nasmi. It's in the description. Stronger and health. Shit. Keep it up. Stronger than ever. XO. Thanks, man. We're getting there. We're getting there. Oh my god, it hurt so bad. It hurt a real bad. HP's feeling really good. Feeling really good. Maybe I should just go back to back on each healer. Maybe that will be better. But should be no surprise. Herald's still feeling strong. It puts in a lot of power into your Dawn Lights, which is good. And then it also puts in a lot of power into your Sun's Avatar, which is like, in dungeons, you know, it's like fine, but not insane. I like this dungeon a lot. It's nice and open. You get some options as to like where you want to go, what pulls you want to do kind of thing. And then also, I think the boss fights have some like fun damage patterns to heal up too. It's not just all burst damage. There is some burst here, of course, but it's not like the only thing, right? So, each of the images is personal. Everybody has their own personal images, so I can't see other people's images. Yeah. So many healers have been enjoying Dally. Oh yeah. H-Pally is like in such a better position than it was at the start of the expansion. It's like night and day. It's like an entirely... It feels almost like an entirely new healer compared to where it was at the beginning of the X-Pack. Starting the War Within, Pally was in some dire straits. Shit. There's also a tough fight for H-Pal, it feels, because there's plenty of moments where you just don't have wings to muscle through some damage. I'll show a beacon healing at the end. You definitely notice that it's not as much as like this forever trickle of healing. Feels a bit more lumpy with the transfers, but that's exactly how it should feel with all of them. You have to like, this one's the hardest I feel because all the circles come out and then you have to find your image and then you have to spread out. That I feel like is the toughest part. Yay. Oh my god, we need a lot of percent. We need a lot of percent. Check the YouTube guys for the latest updates. We got a whole big list covering every single healer and how they are feeling with their new hero talents and stuff. Talents for it, not available. I'll work on that though. D-Seed? Stream's still good though, right? Yeah, it looks good to me. That's crazy. Everyone went down? Oh shit. The scenery is kind of meant to be like a wasteland, but it gets to be a little depressing. We need some little crumb of hope, you know? Why does everybody play Void Weaver? Because they like it more. And they want it to be good. How you doing, Anub? Why do I have the worst luck, guys, with PTR? Why do I have the worst luck when it comes to PTR, I swear? Yesterday, PTR was down for like 4 hours. Alright. Servers are back. Ugh. He's sore. Yeah, they took the servers down just to sneak in a little bit of void DH. They're gonna have to make sure that the name. They're gonna have to make sure that the name is not like void related or V related or something, you know. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Thrown in jail because you pulled that mob? So messed up, Ian Nate. How could you? How could you? How dare you pull new monsters? I'm not gonna lie, I kind of thought of that at first, and then everyone in chat popped in, and they were like, oh, we also got DC'd. So I was like, okay. Yep, we all did. They all did. I think the third Demon Hunter spec is just gonna be another DPS. I'm sure they have some, like, new way of, you know, new gameplay mechanic other than a builder spender or something that they think will be neat. Probably be like a good transition into Midnight. But basically, like, there's only so much that Blizzard can add into the game with new classes, new specs, everything, every single expansion. So I think just adding a new DH is, it's like a nice, happy medium, you know? I doubt it'll be a support. I'd be surprised if it was. I'd be surprised. A while ago, Rind, yeah. You have more experience with WoW Geocaster than PTR M+, seriously. The Black Dragonhawk that I got is from Mythic Sylvanas back in Sanctum of Domination. Ah, good old servers, yep. Yep. I don't know if they're fake leaks or if they're like super early access that they knew they were gonna change a bunch. Yeah. Yep, I'm on a treadmill. And now I'm gonna get off the treadmill and go get some more milk for my shake. Half a sec. I'll be right back, guys. Whoop. We're still not back. That's right, just loading in a million characters. Did anybody else get in? Should I abort and try again? Yeah. You're in? Alright, let me try it. Let's relog. Yeah, it just takes practice, Kashyyyk. You know? Especially if you're walking like really slow like this. I find it's a lot better for me to get a greater total amount of steps in if I'm just walking super slow. Take it nice and steady. So I did not, Calvin, but it's really easy to get started with PTR. You just go to the battle.net site and then sign up for the public test realm there. And then you go back to your Battle.net client and then you're cooking. All right. Holy levers, Batman. Why would people leave our dungeon? Why would they leave our dungeon, Nate? Damn, man, now I can't do the overall. Shit. Oh, man. That's right, Tesla lever PTR. So if you wanna get all your add-ons and weak cores and stuff, go to your like WoW files, go to retail, take your interface in WTF, and copy it into your PTR interface in WTF, and then you'll be taken care of. That's right, can't be having a brick key on PTR. Very true, very true. Yeah, we'll do all our heroic and mythic raid testing as priest. We always play holy and disc for all of our heroic and mythic raid testing. Normal is this weekend as well, and we're probably going to do like Pally, Monk, maybe one other, depending on how many runs we can do. Just depends. Damn, we did like 3 mil there. Yeah, Beacon felt like fine. I do like, with this healing breakdown, how much of our active spells are producing healing. Feels really good. So I did in M0s, but not yet in keys and stuff, Storm. We will, though. Good uses for Avenge. I mean, Avenge is just good button in general. You mean like what mechanic would you Avenge for a raid fight or something? Not sure what our top 3 healers are yet. We put up a tier list for like how the tier sets are to play. We'll look at like performance after this week. Yeah, after this week. All right, let's shake it up with trinkets. Let's mix it up a little bit. Yo, Chic, thanks so much for the prime, bro. Yeah, unfortunately our bot's just not working today. But I think it's just like Linktree / like Jack setup or something like that. Pretty sure. Yeah, Pally's ton of fun, man. Ton of fun. Oh yeah, let's try the Oathbound. Oh, I can't change. Yeah. I gotta get out of the instance. Is there a port out? There should be. Yeah. Oh, glad to hear it, XB. You want to play a tank heal hybrid from testing, Monk, Druid, or Pally? It's super early. I don't know. I'm kind of leaning towards Pally right now. Yeah, you got to go to your battle.net site, guys, to get on PTR. Go to your battle.net, and there's something to like sign up for the test realm. You got to do that on the battle.net site. Then you go to the battle.net client, and then you can get into the servers. It'll be all like the Dragon Aspect servers. That's what you to watch for, is the Dragon Aspect ones. So Farak, Iridikron, all that other fun stuff. Those are the ones you want to go on. It doesn't matter which one. You just want to go to one of them. They played with removing Holy Power in the past. I'm a fan of Holy Power. I just think they need to remove a lot of like effects that do like microscopic amounts of healing. I think those are like the real issue. It's really, really annoying. It's super annoying when you have a million little effects that are like adding up to substantial healing and you feel forced to take them. That's what I don't like. I need mana oils. Where are the mana oils? Oh, wait, that's right. They just never ended up having mana oils on PTR, did they? Right? Yeah. Maybe it's under all. Maybe like hit it or something. Nope. Yeah, you had to craft them. It's so stupid. I know. All right, let me go back to some AC Lightsmith. Go back on Pally. Then we go Druid, and then maybe Priest after. We'll see. We'll see. Oathbound to a nearby ally, directly healing them, fulfills the oath, grants you intellect, and shields your ally. This is the Cocoon Weave. If Cocoon expires, a burst to heal an injured ally for half the remaining power. Perfect. Yeah, you hit like a fat holy shock into him or something like that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, your gear is probably just really bad if you came back 2 weeks ago. Rudig. You gotta gear up. Oh, don't worry, Cody. We'll be doing plenty more testing over the next week-ish. All right, let's do it. Best healers are your group doesn't prep, and the worst ones are the healers that your team does want to play. Nice. Oh, it already shows my Oathbound too. That's sick. Oh, that's right. We have Virtue on. Oh, it's only one heal. Okay. Hey, sweetie, I got home late today because I had Pilates. How are you? Oh, it's okay, dear. That was Pilates. It's all good. We started a little later than usual, too, so it works out. Oh my god, it hurts so badly. I might explode in a sec. Alright, we're fine. Oh yeah, you gotta hit the direct heal into the target. I see. This works really well for certain specs, though. There we go. I need water. There we go. Would you break the meta? Nah, I'll probably just be doing all PTR. I call you little man. Oh, it's unplayable for him, Rip. A lot of times you're using shock for healing, yeah. Yeah, you're telling me to testify. It's like a weird UI reset that I go under during PTR season. Yeah. Oh, 55 seconds. Reset quick, Nate. Reset quick. Nate, hurry. I can't get a lever penalty. My reputation is at stake. We did not follow the rules. We're about to be a lever. Come on, let me in. I cannot get into this dungeon. I'm gonna get the lever penalty. Come on. Come on. Why can't I enter? It will not let me enter the dungeon. I'm doing the trick and everything. Yes. Yes. We did it. All right. I was not a lever. I would never leave my group but hanging. All right. So close, dude. It's close. It's close. Holy. Can I vote to abandon? Nah, I don't have a new cloak. Not yet. Yeah, you're being a lever in front of God in chat. That's right. Oh, man. You would have loved if we had a spell like Holy Radiance. Have you, yeah, I was going to say. Not long ago, there was a Holy Radiance. You might be interested in the Mystic Pandaria version. You might be interested in the mop version. Ah, the res sickness. Why does he have res sickness? Christ. Here it is. Honorless target. Alright, where is this warrior? He says, I got stuck. Oh, man. Ryan is just not having a good time. He's just not having a good time. Overall state of healing? Damage is way too bursty. Blizzard knows how to tackle this problem, but they just gotta have the balls to do something about it. Damage is still too spiky. The encounter designers have learned to like make it less annoying, but they you know, they can't really like. The encounter designers can't solve the problem. The problem starts with the class designers. So like that, I think the encounter designers are doing better. They're doing their best, I think, but like there's only so much they could do, you know. Yeah, you don't have to have somebody else using binding of binding to get value out of it, Coin. If somebody else has the binding of binding, it allows you to force the buff to go into one target. But if nobody else in the group has it, then the buff will just randomly spread around. And it's just, I don't know, it's a pretty good buff. Basically. How's Prez looking? Please help me. You know, it's better. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you, Prez is better, but like, you know, not great. Yeah, I got your coin. It's like, you know, it's fine. Big sleeper benefits from tuning. I think that Lightsmith AC Pally could come back. They're the big healer sleeper, I think, so far. Obviously, like, when we get to see some actual gameplay, there might be some other ones that come around, but that's the one on paper. Yeah, like in golf. I mean, Prez moves further towards a niche where they're ultra strong in certain situations where they're stacked, and then ultra weak outside of it. Or weaker outside of it, you know? So that'll be interesting. Historically, that's not good. Specs that are really, really niche like that, historically kind of below. We'll see what happens. Like, you know, some of you might be too young to remember this, probably not even born yet, but Shaman used to be only good if the entire group was stacked. And now it is so far away from that. Now, ironically, it's actually one of the better healers when people are spread. It's kind of crazy. Like, who did Liquid bring in Nerebar Palace to help them with the spread healing for Nexus Princess Kaveza? It was Arresto Shaman, you know? Specs that have, like, hard niches with positional requirements usually blow in high-end rating. Sometimes, you know, every dog has its day, but usually it's not so good. Yeah, all my stuff's updated, Gumshoe. You don't really do a lot of swaps around with your talents for different dungeons as a priest. Not today, Lizzo. I'm gonna do this Pally run, and then we're gonna go do a little Druid, and then I think we're gonna do Priest after. It's gonna be our game plan. This year being a bit more viable, definitely in raids, but in keys, the first impression is that it's still kind of the same. We'll see if things change, right? But that's where I'm at right now. Yeah, if you had like the entire raid clumped up for 90% of the fight, Prez could definitely shine. Yeah. 100%. 100%. I think yesterday I did a little Oracle Disc and then a little Paladin. So we got on like super late because the servers took forever. Super, super late. But before the week is up, we'll have gone through everything. And if you haven't checked it out already, I got a YouTube video which goes over my initial gameplay impressions for all the tier sets, gives it in a little tier list format, all that good stuff. I don't think my crit's that high here. 34%, 33. Yeah, it's okay. I can also switch to a crit flask if I have one in my bags. I don't, unfortunately. Don't overhype the Druid set, get them nerfed. They're fine, just fine. Yeah, that's what I heard as well. Sorry, chat. They don't listen to me, okay? I could say whatever, and they wouldn't listen. Yeah. Is Lightsmith viable? Yeah, of course. It's gotten, like, way better than last season. Way better than season 2. I don't love you like I did yesterday. Which one's more powerful? I think Herald's a little more powerful, but I also will admit that I'm more comfortable on it. So that's why, you know, kind of an asterisk. Kind of an asterisk. That's why I gotta get some more practice in with Lightsmith. Gotta do that before I write it off, right? Nice. Anything to put Farseer on par with Totemic? More quality of life, baby. Why is it that the Farseers are not, like, extending the duration of your healing rain or making it more powerful or something, you know? Why have they still not made any talent changes to make healing rain, like, instant cast or something? They added talent changes so that you could perma leave up Earth Shield. Why are they not doing something like that with healing rain? The quality of life is, like, a huge factor. It's like a huge factor for, like, why people are playing one spec over another. It's not the only factor, but it's a big one. That's weird. Feels like certain spenders don't work. Yeah.
Strongest survive.
Hey, know which enemies to purge on? My nameplates will show if they have, like, a buff on them with KUI. God, we still haven't killed the Sentinel. Still have not killed the Sentinel. Just Chain wiping, unfortunately. Well, like, the shaman died to aggro the first time, and then it happened again. Like, the tank is still getting stuff. Yeah. What a muck. Just doing some testing. Yeah, if you guys are ever interested in like how one spec or another is feeling, check out the YouTube. We had a brand new video. There's all chapters separating everything too. Breaks down all the tier set bonuses, my current thoughts on them, all that fun stuff. What are we doing? We think it's gonna be like August, but no official announcement. Blizzard usually just waits forever for the official announcements, unfortunately. Yeah, like usually it lines up with the time ways, which is like August 12th, yeah. Yeah. So we'll see. Yeah, the weird thing about it is like Gamescom is like mid-August for Germany. So it would potentially be like in the Race to World first or something like that. I don't know. Something like that. Thanks for doing us a solid by covering all the up-to-date stuff. Very hard to find someone testing pallies. I know, it's bullshit, right?
Wasn't necessary.
You need more pallies out there. Wastelander leaps to a random player, inflicts damage to players within 4 yards of the impact. So I guess we're just getting, like, destroyed. I don't know how to deal with this, to be honest. This is kind of a stupid mechanic. You just get, like, jumped on. Like, for one thing, you get pulsed by damage as long as the Sentinel is live. Yeah. But, I mean, it's just crazy because we have just so many melee players, you know? Yo, thank you again for the super edge. Yeah, we're just getting destroyed by that. First time at Hierarchy Theater, got jumped on by both Gore Chop ads and instantly died. Yeah. Yeah, it's the worst. Shadow Priest is strong. There'd be no room for disc. Yep, that's why they got a nerf Shadow. That's why they got a nerf Shadow. Yeah, disc is still looking super strong right now. Nope. We're being scaled to 710. Yeah.
The strongest
Just died again.
survive.
Shadow would have to be so strong to get a nerf to replace the Aether Priest? You never know. Absorbs are very strong, yeah. But being able to get like Shaman buff or Druid buff or something in the healer slot could be really good too. I guess be the tank next season, VDH, unless I see otherwise. But I haven't seen every single tank combo yet. Just day 2 of PTR M+. Just day 2. I really hope that it's not VDH, though. Because I am so tired of healing VDH. Same tank 2 seasons in a row, same healer 3 seasons in a row would be pretty bad. They could do it with the healer. They could do it with the healer. I think it'd be fun. Yeah, these packs just melt. Yo, how you doing, together? More sentinels. Oh my god. I just don't know what's killing me. I just can't tell. Oh. I guess it is just random ass jumps. That's annoying. It's so weird. Like the stalkers will jump at a player and then they also start casting. So if they jump on a ranged player, then that's gonna mean they start casting way out in Egypt. God, that's gonna be annoying. Yeah, the Sentinel does do like way too much damage right now. It's also super, super annoying. Please kill this javelin. Okay, we did it. We did it. We Devo Aura. Get a quick cast off. Get new wings up. Ooh, it was a little closer than I would have liked. But we're back. Yo, what better water? You decide what healer to play next patch? Well, you got time. And I'll probably make some suggestions and stuff the more I play all the healers. More practice I get with them. So these javelins, they really just gotta die fast because they stack up damage over time on the player that they hook. I like the idea of the new infusion, yeah. It is like less frequent infusions, but more powerful. And it's pretty noticeable. It's like a little less frequent, but... yeah. Virtue did 7.5%. Something like that. It doesn't show who actually warped me. Someone warped me, Rind. Better not have been you. You set up Virtue before you have wings going. So when you play AC Lightsmith, you want to make sure that you're like able to dump you like Virtue, hit a Fat Judgment, because that does a huge amount of healing. Hit a Spender, that buffs up your Crusader Strike. Hit a Fat Crusader Strike. Ideally hit another Spender, something like that. Yeah. Trying to find that out right now, Miro, between Herald and Lightsmith. That's what we're testing them out to find. Shit. Hammer and Anvil feel reliable. Not as much with the gear I have on right now, but I don't think I have enough crit. I think if I built specifically only with crit in mind, it would feel a lot better. So I'll have to see if I can like make a full crit set, make a full haste set to differentiate between Herald and Lightsmith. H Valley's feeling really good. This evoker wants to hold my hand really badly. Yeah, Ecodome's the only one to test around plus this week. Next week is going to be all War Within dungeons. Priory, Floodgate, Arakara, Dawnbreaker. After that, Legacy. After that, I think it's like War Within plus Aldani. We DC'd once so far, Sniff, but that was it. E. Six to 8 times? Yikes. Any Hopium for Augs? That I'm not sure of. I think this is the first Aug I played with in a bit. So I'll like keep it in the back of my mind as I'm playing though. Oh, I think my base is doing good. I think it should be fully upgraded soon. Should be. Christ. I can't do anything. Good night. Play an AC Lightsmith. You only have Ego Dome, so we're pushing up to 15. I think it's with like heroic gears, like 710. So kind of getting railed. Kind of getting railed. No, I don't think Bally's in a bad spot. They made a lot of buffs to Lightsmith. They're really trying to make Lightsmith a lot better. It looks like snow, but it's supposed to be sand. It just... It does look a little funky, though. It's like blue sand. Yeah. New patch is coming out in August. There's no official release yet. But pretty likely it's gonna be August.
Only the strongest survive.
Yeah. I like this dungeon. Yeah. There's a lot of choice for how you can play it. There's not much that's like looking up, even though the skybox is really cool. I feel like I'm constantly like looking down at my feet with all the swirlies they added into the dungeon, which is kind of a shame because it's pretty cool. Pretty cool looking. Yeah, if you guys are looking for specific like spec thoughts and stuff, I have a video which goes over all the specs. There's a whole bunch of chapters to it as well, so you can kind of sort around. Gives you all my initial impressions on all the healers. It's the latest video we just made, the tier list for the tier set bonuses. We'll see about like meta, and like, you know, that's gonna be an ongoing thing. I'm sure I'm gonna have some more tier lists and stuff coming up too. Yeah. My thoughts on adding story like Final Fantasy or Star Wars into WoW? I thought we already did that with like the Avengers, where the jailer got all his Infinity Stones and then was gonna wipe out everybody. I mean, Blizzard could use any inspiration they can get for stories. The PvPers were like so pissed the other day in the 1117 quests because apparently they let out like Scarlet Hitler or something. I don't know, I didn't do the quests. Apparently there's a bad lady doing bad things, and the Alliance just like, we're like, oh, you can go, it'll be fine, we forgive you, or something. I don't know. I like following some of the RPers just to see what they get upset about. They let her live for her title and her last name. But, I don't know, if she's like Scarlet Hitler, can't she just go get a bunch of her bros and then just go right back to work?
A little longer.
The more I pay attention to the story, the less I enjoy it. The more I'm like, oh, we're killing this person. All right, cool, let's go. If I look into it, though, it'll be bad. Yeah. Oh, no, not her last name. Yeah. Oh, I'm good. Here's our vote to abandon. Nice. Leaving instance. That's kind of cool. Jeez, lads. I am hopping on a different healer. All right. Oh, let me do a quick review. See what our breakdown was looking like before. Beacon was higher, it was like 9%. Yeah, I still don't feel like Hammer and Anvil is as high as it could be if I got more crit. So that's probably what I have to do, is just get a bunch more. It always gets better with, you know, weak auras and CD tracking and stuff. Yeah. But yeah, I'm pretty sure for the people who really, really enjoy WoW story and stuff, that they're not happy. They're not happy either. Because, I mean, if you think about it, like, what have we really learned about the Radiant song and stuff? Not much. Not much. Alright, well, let's play some Druid. Play a little bit of Druid. I think you just gotta do the quest line, Levi. Yeah, I appreciate it, Rind. I just knew I was swapping characters and stuff. Alright, here's our Wild Stalker setup. Really feels like the X-Pack needed another patch to wrap up the TW stuff. 11.2 is more of an interlude going into midnight. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh my god. Holy warriors, Batman. I'm surprised there's no DKs on PTR, honestly. There we go. $200 on Druid, 120 on Monk, and I keep going back to Druid, but I just get bored in the open world on Feral and Balance. Open world? Should you get a DK playing with them? That player was not happy with how DK was performing and how it was feeling to play with the rework. Well, I might explain it then. Alright, well, we find some gamers. Let me run to the bathroom real quick, get ads out of the way. 1 sec, I'll be right back. Dude, 2-piece worth for healers? Oh my god, yeah. Oh my god, yeah, it's really good. I think everybody has a good 2-piece. At the very least, if not like insane ones. Oh yeah. It's still kind of bright. Hang on. Hold up. All right. Yeah, all your gear scales, so even if you see like a 670 piece in here, everything is going to scale to the exact same eye level when the dungeon starts. Yep. I prefer the cat weaving. Yeah. I don't know, the owl weaving stuff, I feel like I just hit a couple spells and then I'm just like back to healing again. I feel like the dot management's a lot cooler. It's about priests, how priests should get a nerf balancing next then. Have you ever greased the treadmill? I don't want to fall off the treadmill when I'm walking. I try to not grease it. They all say you need to. Yeah, you know, people say a lot of things. They say you got to change your oil. They say you got to take a shower. There's a lot of strange things in life, Cal. They say you gotta do. I think they gave me some grease. I think they like gave me some grease. I don't know. It's been 6 months. I haven't heard any rattling or anything, so I assume everything's fine. Everything is fine until it's not fine, you know? Starting fire? Listen, I will smell something burning before it burns, okay? It's my superpower. My superpower. My bot's not working right now, but it's like a link tree. I think if you just go like Linktree Jak setup, JAK setup, it should have it for you. But yeah, it's like 150 bucks. If you wanna splurge on something, it might be better to get one with like an incline, so you can do like really slow walking with like a higher incline. But I don't know. You did show off your calves last race, and they're fucking massive. That was a big old hunk of meat. You guys should have seen it, guys. Like, you remember the ticks? You guys remember like those ticks they had in The Mummy? That would like crawl under your skin and everything like that. Kalamazzi showed us his calves last race to World First, and I swear there was like a creature inside there. It was insane. The scarab, excuse me. The scarab, whatever. It's his imps. Dude had some calves from all the hard labor. Start of the dungeon remind me of Everbloom. I could see it. I could see it. I see what you're cooking. Bro, let me live. I must be training the incline every night. Yeah, that's why he's doing research on the treadmill, you know? But I assume I'll have to like grease it up at some point, Cal. I don't know. But it's been literally 6 months because I got it at the beginning of the year. It's so weird to think this is the halfway point of the year. Not exactly, but you know, close enough. Think they're gonna nerf Druid? Seems OP. Hopefully. So it was like February last week. Yeah, it feels like I don't know. It feels like April, honestly. It feels almost like it's still April or something like that. Oh yeah, the blue line does look like the one-armed bandit line. I'm with you. Yeah. I'm with you. So oddly enough, while all the rest of the country is burning and on fire, Texas is actually like kind of mild for the time of year. It's actually crazy. It's kind of crazy. It's like, I don't know, 85 degrees today or something like that. 88 in Texas. In Texas, that's actually kind of mild for June. Yeah. Yeah, like some people, like it's 88 degrees here, and then in like the Northeast, it's like over 100 degrees. It's crazy. You're in West Texas and it's 105? Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, 88's hot, but like relative to other places that are almost always cooler than us, we got it easy. Yeah, like I don't think we've had a 100-degree day in Austin yet. Exactly, man. I'm just like, shit, like we actually have it good right now. Yeah. Ping. There we go. A little ping of shame. Fuck it. Can't res. Actually, I can res. I just need to grow up. There we go. Wait, where are you at, Wasted? You're in like the Northeast, right? Detroit. Oh, shit. Go Lions. Dying. He's dead. That probably would have helped. That probably would have helped. What up, Tim? I'm chilling, man. How you doing, big dog? Does that look like our Druid's OP at the moment? No, I just suck. Don't worry, I'll get better at Druid. I'll get better at it. Takes time. Takes time to get better at stuff. Yeah, you could probably go into boomkin weaving with it. Probably. Oh my god, we are fighting for our lives. Is this gonna munch my F-Flow? I saw that Meg got her face stomp munched by this guy. Yeah, it does munch your F flow. That's so weird. That's so weird. It just munches ground effects. We are 7-10, I think, on PTR. Yeah, 7-10. Yay. Oh yeah, I guess I should have been tranking there. That is fair. Yeah, it is. Plus any Swiftman extensions you can get. I guess I can change my nameplates to not be obscenely large. There we go. Yeah, Trank's definitely worth casting in keys. Trank's definitely worth casting in keys. Hot's finally good. Good at setting up your other healing spells. Good at buffing regrowth. You know. Yeah, I'm with you. We just gotta go play the game. Yeah, I mean, they'd have to, like, slow the game down to make HOTS better. I wish they would. I think it'd be sick. I think it'd be sick, but, you know. I do have Treants, but they're just, like, baby support, basically. I'll toss out a couple of them, but I'm not running, like, the juicer up talent and stuff like that. I'll drag him so I can see the charges of the cooldown. All right, let's just attack. He can join us whenever. Yeah, you're all good, J-Funk. It's been happening randomly to people. Nothing you can do, you know. Kids are killing your ping, loading up roadblocks and waiting on the dungeon. PTR has you wanting them to go back to school. You're the dad. Tell those kids to go outside. We went and played in the woods and stuff as kids. Oracle Disc is fantastic, Daniel. Fantastic.
I simply wish it had lasted a little longer.
I feel like casters don't play PTR. I feel like I'm having deja vu. Where I'm running like full melee comps in PTRs. And then everybody goes back and plays casters on live. These fucking little jumpers, man. Little jumping rats. A few arcanes? Okay. Well, tell them to call me. We got jumped on by one of them, and they just spread. They just spread all over. This time of the year, we were blowing stuff up already as kids. Yeah, there's one thing. If you ever visit Texas, there's all these like roadside stands, okay, for fireworks, and they're permanently there, but they're only open around the 4th of July. And so, like, the roadside stand for fireworks near my apartment just reopened. Yeah. So everybody's buying up all their fireworks. The buy one get 6 free. Fair to 11-2 healer so far? Maybe Oracle. Holy Andisk. Yeah, they all look the same, too. I agree. Yeah. Sounds like Texas people love blowing stuff up. It is pretty fun. Would recommend in a safe environment. Blowing stuff up is pretty fun. I kind of think that they... Yeah, I kind of think that they should make all those illegal fireworks all legal, but then you have to take, like, literally one class. I think that would actually weed out a lot of the like, really stupid people that, like, blow up their fingers and stuff. Yeah. Your friends burned part of a crop field when you were a teenager, so you did not get fireworks? That's so messed up. Do not recommend blowing anything up. I recommend you practice a career as a demolitions expert. Yeah, there you go. Sounds like fun. I liked watching The Hurt Locker. Roman Candle Wars. Okay, we never did that. We never did that. FK? Perhaps? Okay. Oh yeah, let me limit the spell effects. I think I did already, but... Spell density is set to essential. Yeah. Yeah. I was burning trash for my parents as directed and caught the woods on fire. That's crazy. That is a crazy comm. You didn't throw car batteries in the ocean to recharge the electric eels? Do you even care about the environment, man? Any hint how our Druid test's gonna go in raids? We'll find out tomorrow, Junior. We'll find out tomorrow. You're growing up in Kansas City where fireworks were illegal. Oh, that's right. Yeah. In Virginia, like, the good fireworks were all illegal. But, they would do, like, big fireworks shows, which I think is fucked, okay? You can't make it, like, illegal for regular people, and then you can, like, oh, but we have, like, a permit, so come pay money to go to the fireworks show. That's messed up, man. Let the people have whatever they want. They don't have fireworks in Australia? Wait, what? But the whole place is like a desert. Who cares if you blow up a bunch of sand? That's crazy. I hope they find oil or something in Australia so we can bring you guys some freedom. Good lord. North Carolina, we gotta go to Tennessee or South Carolina and get the good stuff. At least that's close. Imagine if you lived in Northern Virginia like I did, and then you would have to go, I think, like, to Pennsylvania. You'd have to go pretty fucking far to go get some fireworks. Not that I would know, but any state that uses an absurd amount of fireworks. All right, Chad, who can guess? There is one correct answer to the state that uses an absurd amount of fireworks and is most likely to use them irresponsibly. There's one answer. Florida. There it is. Florida. Can't believe you guys are saying Texas. Texas is always responsible, okay? Do literally nothing wrong. Florida, though. Florida, though. We're not. That's right. Everything in Texas is bigger. That's true. That's true. I multi-stream Earth. Yeah. If you want to watch on Twitch or you want to watch on YouTube, both are available. You do you. That's right. Exactly, Werewolf. Thank you. We don't have oil in Australia, but we just have about every other mineral, so do with that as you wish. All right. I'll remember this. How old do you have to be to run for president? It's like 40 or something, right? 35. Oh, shit. Okay. See you in 4 years. Yo, Earth. Thank you for the new sub, dude. Appreciate the prime. Dude, I remember when I went to Florida for the 4th of July, people would, like, set off really crazy-ass fireworks, like, right in front of their house. They wouldn't even be, like, past the driveway or anything. They would just immediately start setting off fireworks. I feel like there is just, like, insane amounts of fires that people start every 4th of July there. Anytime I have a problem, I just throw a Molotov cocktail, and then I have a different problem. That is true. That is true. Florida stayed at a hotel on the beach, Orlando no less. They were setting off fireworks on the balconies. Okay. That does not shock me at all. Yeah. I had friends in college that go down to the Lake of the Ozarks and light pinatas full of gunpowder. Oh, God, that makes a lot of sense. Yep. Yep. They had a page for it. I bet. And probably a warrant out for it. Potato gun we set off at a LAN party. Okay, potato guns are pretty fun. Not fun to get hit by, but they are pretty fun. Alright, oh, quick water break. Half sec. Alright, being engineering students, they actually calculated the velocity of the potato at just under Mach 1. Okay, that... Potato guns made by engineering students, I'd be terrified of. You know those like little cat memes where it's like the cat's happy or the cat's upset and it's like hee hee versus not hee hee? It's like, oh, I got a potato gun, guys. Hee hee. And it's like, oh, it was made by engineers. It was like, oh, shit. It was 12 feet long, made out of PVC. Holy shit, that's a lethal weapon. That's terrifying. Dude, I am lost. I am just lost. Did videos of it blowing up a watermelon, and the stripes in the watermelon are still visible as it expands. Okay, that's a banger. Yep, cannot let the Druid rats get on top. I agree. Time to show them how OP they are. So roll me up. Yay, look at the flowers. Yippee. I got all my initial thoughts are all on my YouTube video. I tested every healer, tier set, combo, and everything like that. Made one giant video for it. Made a bunch of chapters to break it up. That's my initial impressions right now. Nobody knows what's meta until tuning is done. Easiest mechanical healer? Probably Totemic Shaman still. Probably. Everybody's spaghetti sauce with ground pepperoni. No, but that sounds good. Yeah. Tier set for our Druid's really strong. Oh, yeah. I mean, every healer's potential meta healer, if you think about it. Did you hear about gameplay? Then that video's gotcha. Yeet. I've only played with a couple tanks so far, just Brewmaster and Warriors. So I'll have like better answers for those questions as we get more time. This is only the second day of M+ testing. So never fear, just sub to the YouTube. I'll have a lot, honestly, content-wise. There's always gonna be more to talk about. Nice, easy trank. An F-load that's gonna get munched. The healer could be the meta. Healers need a VDH. I hope not. I hope not. I'm tired of VH meta, dude. I'm tired. I don't need it anymore. Yeah, these little, like, mites actually hit super hard. So you'd have to, like, time drop in inertials or something like that. To, like, better assist. What do you think will be the goal in Season 3? To save Azeroth and stop Dimensius from munching the World Soul, I think. That's about all I got, though. And Rogue or DH? I mean, there might be that third DH spec coming around. It'd probably be pretty cool. Probably. I got no idea what's S tier yet, guys. I got no idea. We'll see. I'll make a tier list eventually, I'm sure. Right now, we gotta get more practice. No, your Gilded Crest get reset. Yeah, maybe a VDH healer or a Void DH healer. Yeah. Yo, how you doing, ET? Yeah, I got a trank off. It's on cooldown. Sniff.
Survive.
I'm gonna just scream. I need monsters to not attack my character. I need them to not attack my character so badly. Yeah, every tank should have infinity threat. Threat is the stupidest mechanic ever. I'm literally just setting up hots on people, and I just get fisted. Shit is so annoying. I hate it so much. Threat should be so high that, like, tanks just need to, like, look at something and then they have threat on it. That's all they need to do. This is a default UI right now. I just only have details installed, but I'll turn on sell at some point. Probably today. Is the character formerly known as Touching Grass? That's right. That's right. I don't know if I'll do another undercover. I might just go straight up and get, 3K on Druid or whatever. We'll see. If I go undercover, I'll need a new name, though. Undercover Prez. Ooh. They did take Flapjack. Somebody already has Flapjack on my server. So messed up. Oof. Hey, how you been, Izzy? What up? Nah, PTR servers are up. PTR servers are up. Probably, Matson, I think. Oh, you're back in Germany. How long have you been back? I very, very, very briefly was in Germany last month. And by Germany, I mean I was in the Frankfurt airport. And there were hot dog stands everywhere. It was actually pretty cool. But it was very difficult to find, like, I don't want to say real food, but that's the only thing that's coming to my mind right now. It was all like hot dog stands, bread, and beer. And that was it. That was it at the airports. There were not like restaurants. That threw me for a loop. But yeah, I've been doing well. Still in Austin. Casting race, making healer content, vibing. I think I was like isolated in like an international wing or whatever it was. But Frankfurt Airport did have a really nice airport hotel. And it was like, I don't know, $50 or something like that for a couple hours, and I got to like take a nap and stuff when I was traveling. That was really clutch. I need more airports to have that. I need somewhere I can just take a shower and have nobody bother me or something, or take a nap. Any hints for S-tier healers? Just guesses. I mean, Oracle disc looks really strong right now. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, though. So we kind of have to just wait and see. Oh my god. Ugh. I did DC to Frankfurt to Brussels, then the train from Brussels to Rotterdam, which was a really fucked itinerary, but it kind of was forced on me because of some flight delays and stuff. So it was a rough European journey. But I learned a lot from it, so. I was also pretty proud because everybody just assumed I was European and thought I spoke their native language. I was like, yes, blending in. Yeah, it was a bad route to Rotterdam. I'll say it. It was a bad route. It was a very, very bad route. Well, originally it was supposed to be Brussels to then take the Brussels train to Rotterdam, but that went poorly when my flight got delayed. So it's like 7:30 or something like that. 7:23. Cope it. Yeah.
Your survival
Womp womp.
wasn't necessary.
All the best trinkets and stuff are in my guides, and there's also a section for getting the best in our purchases and stuff, Alex. I write the guides for Wowhead for Holy and for Disc, so I'll always have like updates and stuff there. But that'll give you a nice list, and it'll give you best in our purchases based on a prio list. So like you said, you only want to focus on M+, it'll give you the prio list based on what you can buy. Yeah. Gotcha, dude. In top of Zav, is it possible to play with banners 100% of the time as a priest? Yes. Yes, it's possible. You have to run Phantasm, of course. I'm sure you know that. But what happens is a lot of times when the dance starts, a lot of times people instantly hit Fade, drop all their stacks, and then they start running. But what Fade does is it resets the stacks. It resets the slow stacks. So what you have to do instead is you have to time it. You have to very specifically like time when you are removing your stacks of slow. So usually what I try to do is I try to stand not in the epicenter of the circle, but I try to stand like, if you look at the F-flow, you see how I'm not at the edge of the F-flow, I'm not in the center of the F-flow, I'm in the middle, I guess. Any trigonometry people? What is like halfway through the center? You know what I'm talking about? There's a term for that. There's a term for that somewhere. Yeah, as well, it's soccer. Yes, you want to stand around there. There you go. R divided by 2. R divided by 2. Half the radius, mid radius. Yeah, there you go. That works. Yeah. Yeah. But basically, you want to do that, and then you have to wait to hit Fade until you're forced to. So, like, pre-feather yourself, so you already have feather up, and then wait on your trigger finger with Phantasm, and then you can dodge it. Now, there is a 1 in 100 that you might just get fucked, Aurora. That's possible. That's where you have to Pain Sup. So, like, but it's, I don't know, probably 1 out of 50 times is where you get fucked and you have to, like, shield yourself and Pain Sup yourself. But you can otherwise do it without banners, totally. Yeah. Now you have to know math to play Priest. It helps. It helps. Do I get paid for writing Wowhead guides? Yeah. Crazy money. Nah, it's, you know, we get paid the same as, like, you know, the feral and survival writers, so, you know, some extra side money. You can live a hit with PS? Yes. That and a shield? Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. How do I live? Oh, did you already log? Thank you, Nate. Is the new system, is it banned? No, it just like marks them. It just marks them. Yo, Nate, thank you for the raid. I hope you guys haven't already. Make sure you're giving Mr. Nate a follow. Awesome gamer. Does plenty and plenty of high key content with our tanks. Former method raider, current method analyst. Anytime, man. Anytime. Just get paid based on page hits. That's how I think Icy Veins does it, but I don't know. I'm fine with the flat rate because I write the Holy and the disc guides, and sometimes there's seasons where Holy's popular, sometimes there's seasons where Holy's not. So it's like whatever. And I think it's more fair. I mean, I'm doing the same amount of work as like a survival or a feral writer, you know? Yeah, I'll be around tomorrow before and after raid testing. So you can get whatever gear you want, but whenever you enter an instance, it always scales. It always scales. So like if you have a lower eye level piece and you just can't find a replacement like a jewelry or something, that's fine. It'll scale up. So seems like so much work. You know. You're gonna make content. Wow, you gotta have that dog in you. New support class. I doubt that the Void Demon Hunter is gonna be a support, but I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? Anything's possible. Anything's possible. Yeah, 100% Jerry. Plus, like, if you think of, like, if, you know, if I get, like, I don't know, 10 times the clicks or something like that as another writer, what's the incentive for them to do a better job if they're never going to get good clicks on a spec, right? That's just stupid. So. It's plus 4,000. Any notes on how each tier set feels? I got a big video for 40 minutes that you might enjoy, Bird. 40 big minutes. Right here. The best and worst healer tier sets of Season 3. 40 minutes and 15 seconds of content. So much content. Yeah, if you're looking at that, they're all separated by chapters and stuff, so you can skip all the stuff you don't care about, too. But yeah, that's got everything. It's got everything. Oh, we got a group. Let's go. I said the monk tier set was S tier. Big difference, Devin. Big difference. I hear what I want to hear. Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? Has DPS tier set? Who knows? Maybe somebody else made a 40-minute video of every DPS spec, but not me. That ain't me. Colonel Warden feels good, can potentially do 0 HPS in raid. Tragic. Meanwhile, the niche gets more and more focused on stacked burst. I guess you missed it a little earlier, UT, when I was talking about it. I'm like, it's a little dangerous for a spec's primary niche to be when everyone's stacked. Just a little dangerous. Because whenever people are no longer stacked, stonk go down. 40 minutes is way too short. All right, next healer video, I'll make it 80 minutes. I'll make it twice as long. How's that sound? 3 hours or bust. You guys trying to kill my editor here? Flame Shipper 4 set is 5 yards wide. 2/3 of a blossom. Ah, come on. It's not that small. I took down Womp Rats in my T16 about that size. Yeah, new dungeon. "80 minutes and you'd watch twice? Careful, Jerry. I'm gonna hold you to that. Anybody who's like, oh my god, I'm gonna watch your video 5 times. I'm like, you better. You better. I haven't played with all the tanks yet, so my answer might evolve, but like so far VDH feels really good. So far. How's the story? I got no idea. I saw Zalatath popped up and is our friend now, and I kind of checked out. She kind of like destroyed an entire city and munched Khadgar. It was one of my favorite characters of all time. I don't know about you guys. So, you know, I'm kind of over the story before it began. Have you considered she's hot? She's taken, man. She's taken. Cannot be lusting after a taken woman. Any of my enemy? She blew up a city. Like, I get the enemy of my enemy thing, but there's got to be some limits to that. Or at least I think I would have limits to that, you know? I like the World of Warcraft story. Older stories, you know, like Tide of the Ancients and, you know, like the Second and Third War kind of stuff. Yeah, like the old stuff. New stuff? Eh, not so much. You know, I was reading like Lords of War and stuff like that before Warlords of Draenor even came out. I used to have like a dozen WoW books. At least. Like, most of Christy Golden's books were fire. I haven't read, like I said, I didn't read, like, War Crimes. I didn't read any, like, new stuff. But all, like, the old OG Unga Bunga me orc, me evil type stuff. Oh, yeah. That was my jam. It's just so hard for me to get interested in a story when it follows the same cliches of, like, enemies unite to defeat a larger and greater threat that could destroy us all. Like, oh my fucking god, dude. I like the WoW movie, yeah. It wasn't perfectly, like, canon and stuff, but I don't think they ever really set out to say, we're definitely gonna make a canon story. It was like a WoW story for normies. And so you had to, you know, you had to cut through some stuff. And so I was down with it. I was down with it. It didn't try to pretend to be something else. Duncan Jones making a new CG movie now? Hey, I hope he makes some good money, because he made a good product. And, like, don't you think the biggest thing that you would care about as a fan of something is, like, they show, like, some good respect for it, you know? That's kind of how I felt they went with, like, the first remade, like, Star Trek, is they're like, yo, we're not messing with the canon. This is a whole separate universe, you know? And WoW kind of being the same way of, like, they more or less said it was a different universe, or at least, you know, drastically different than the canon story, to the point that you know that it's not going to be, like, retconned. You know? Still early to talk about meta. We're in the thick of all our testing, basically. Oh, there's a trinket from, I think, Ego Dome Aldani. That's a 1.5 timers that you would pair up. Moondog. I'll check it right after this. It is not that. Not that. Oh, it is a lily. Yeah. Okay, sorry. I thought you were talking about the living silk one. Yeah, Lily of the Eternal Weave. Int gives mastery. Yep. Talents. 3, 2, 1. Boom. Okay. Yeah, the casting for Khadgar was like a little goofy. It was tough to take that guy seriously. Tough to take that guy a little seriously. Alright, get ready for the shit show when we break this shield. Hope we have another build before the weekend when I have to work. The crashes are getting on your nerves. I feel you. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some like maintenance tomorrow to try to address it. But I will also say this is not the first time this happens. It's honestly kind of frequent that the first week is usually a shit show. That's crazy. If somehow Blizzard ban or remove the add-on on the future, like Weakora's DBM bigwigs, and replace it with their own, did it affect you as a future high IO player? So like, it'll impact high-end players less than it'll impact like average players, basically. If you are like, you know, pretty chill average player, you know, you got a job, you got a family, you got whatever responsibilities that keep you from playing WoW like 60 hours a week, freaks like us, you know, it's probably going to be a lot harder when you're forced from using your usual default UI to using something completely different that looks completely different. You know, that's gonna just be not great. That's gonna be not great. High-end players, they'll adapt. You know, they'll figure it out. You have to go to the PvP vendor to get necks and rings and stuff. Go to the capital city, Vasim. Gotta go to Orgrimmar, Stormwind. Live wild spec PTR, is it different? I'll pull up towns in a sec. I think it's a little different. A Shotkeeper the Grove's worth playing in M+? I don't think so at the moment. Because, like, right now, those, like, baby Tranks that the Dryads form are, like, not that good. And I don't think you would ever really run Reforestation in Keys. There's just other, better options that you would take. And Keeper really would like to have something like Reforestation. So, yeah. Oh, we're going in. Out of interest, how many raid nights do you have during farm? 1 or 2. Do you know how many the likes of Liquid Echo Method have? I don't. But you could probably check like the stream schedule or something of like any of the high-end raiders, because I'm sure that they're gonna stream all their farm at this point. If they're like most guilds, like my guild for example, we'll ramp up a little bit. Like right now we're doing 4 boss runs. So we'll do like 2 4 of 8 mythics. So we do Vexy, and then we do OAB, Mugsy, and then Gallywix. So we went from that took us like 2 hours to do 8 bosses. Something like that. In farm we have 2 or 3 clears. Yeah, there you go. See? Izzy knows. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we started going back to some like full clears. Kind of get everybody like in shape. WoW is one of those things that like once you get in shape for playing the game, it kind of like erodes if you don't maintain it. But you can also like kind of quickly get back into shape, I feel, if you're like a high-end player. Howdy, Scarlet. Glad to see you existing. I'd rather see you more than exist, okay? Are you thriving? How you doing? Yeah, keys. There's vendors in all the capital cities that'll sell you some keystones. You do your thing. Thriving in this economy? That's true. That's true. Druid tier set's really powerful. Really, really powerful. Would making Luminous Barrier a choice node with Evangelism be a good change? Not really. Not really. You might just use Luminous Barrier and keys straight up now. I think it's like worth in lower level keys. You have a take on the Shaman tier set? I dislike it, but I'm not dooming as much as Thune. Well, Thune's kind of dooming for it from what I saw from his tweet, because of the added complexity to really like yield maximum results. And I think that's more of like a microcosm of like Shaman's design just being straight bad for raids, because how do you describe it? The macro economy, so fucking crazy. The overall like economy for healing is all about stupid amounts of burst. And that's not really been the forte of, you know, Shaman or Druid or a bunch of other healers for a long, long time. And they have these like bastardized versions of like gameplay. And that's what Shaman's kind of experiencing. If you go on Thune's Twitter and see his cast sequences that he's proposing, it's all like, let me funnel all of my fucking buttons into one single moment of time during my ascendant so I can crank fat dam and fat heals and blah, blah, blah. It's really a stupid way to play. So I think that him disliking it makes sense, but I think it's also more of like the entire world of healing being about stacking a whole bunch of healing cooldowns on top of each other to deal with all the insane burst. And that's just, you know, the game itself being annoying. I mean, they're talking about totemic recall being utilized on Surging Totem. So, bye-bye, Shaman Mana. Bye-bye now. He's so hard into a burst window with Cloud Burst. Didn't realize we had the same take, which is going off your guild Discord was saying. Yeah, 100%, dude. I mean, it's the same, like, everyone's saying the same thing in a different language, right? Like, Druids are displeased with how their hots don't do anything, and it's all about setting up hots to do direct healing, and your hots themselves, like Wild Growth, are like dog shit. Riptide as a hot is dog shit. God, how many times did they buff Renew and it's, you know, just this minor little piddly heal. You know, you go on and on and on. There's so many consequences that Blizzard has incurred because of how the Dragonflight talents have like bloated the field. You know, you go look, you just type in Wild Growth, hit space, hit enter. There's 2 fucking talents in the spec tree. Okay? Rejuve, space. Oopsie. I gotta type it all out. Hang on, is he back? He's not back. Rejuve. There you go. Here's what it packs Rejuve. Like, crazy, crazy shit. Wild Growth, though. Wow. Much, much less. And most of these are like, it activates the spell, you know? Swiftbend could buff Regrowth or Wild Growth, you know? Stuff like this, where it's like, it's not directly buffing your Wild Growth. These talents that buff up Wild Growth are just like awful, you know? Yeah, they gotta, exactly, Pesty. They gotta remove the procs, they gotta make your base spells actually just heal. Simple. Simple. The more bloat that gets added to the game, especially for healers, the more that the game becomes about how high can you burst. And that's not good for the game in the slightest. That's just really not good for the game at all. New season, probably August. Probably. So it's like, I don't know. I think Shaman's going to be fun, but it's sort of like fun in the unfun environment kind of thing. That's kind of the gist of it. I do think Shaman's going to be a lot more fun when it comes to a 5-mans as a result of their tier set. It's a little bit of extra brain wrinklage to actually go play the game and stuff, but I also think that's fine, and like Shaman's kind of needed that for a little while. But that's just me. Between Druid this tier set, which one is the strongest? They're both kind of similar, I think, in terms of their strength. I think both of them are really, really strong. Yeah, Trank is a Giga heal right now. That is correct. There it is. Look at that Giga heal. Boom. Lumpy. If you don't take your shadow, then you take a dot like the Shadow Priest here. And you take a haste down. Yeah. Trank, real good button. Trank's really good button. Oh, I'm gonna take a hit. Yay. It's time for Druid to be meta instead of Priest. I think we could go with one more season of Priest being meta. I think that would be fine with me. If you guys want like a straight no bullshit answer, like I just want whatever healer it is to be fun. And so far, I don't think there's really been any healer that's been like unfun to me. So, like either way, it doesn't really change the math for me, because what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna raid on Priest no matter what. Gonna get it geared up, probably push keys on it a lot at the beginning, but then I'm also gonna gear up like probably every healer next season. So I'll be ready if there's like a meta shift or whatever it is, and then I'll, you know, I'll do what I gotta do to get into those groups. I'll do what it takes. Oh shit. Yeah, this guy pipes. That's kind of cool. Yeah, so I play with all the different combos. All the different combos for healers and stuff. I made a 40-minute video going over all the things. So if you want to check that out, it's on YouTube, and it's all broken up by chapters. I go over each hero talent and tier set combo. How they work, how they play, how they feel. And then as we get more M+ experience, I'll actually get a better vibe for performance, you know? Woo! And we plus 2'd it. And they're gonna keep up with their hero talents? Yeah. They said they're keeping it long term. They said they're keeping them all long term. They are still gonna stay around. Yeah, you wanna see the healing breakdown? Symbiotic Bloom's pretty good. I could even use Trank even more. I was kind of saving it for like emergencies and everything like that, but I could definitely be using it more. Yeah. Yeah, tier set's pretty good. Nice little 26% tier set. How you doing, Remy? Yeah, pretty damn good. Pretty damn good. All right, I'm gonna do a Holy Priest run next, okay? Let me get some more water. Give me a sec, and then we're gonna slam a Holy Priest key. Be right back. Curious if it's gonna get nerfed. I don't know, man. People think that they can predict if it's gonna rain tomorrow, and you know, sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Life's a great mystery. All right, let's ride. We got a priest dungeon to do. Actually, we might do like probably do like Holy Priest into Void Weaver Disc. I think is gonna be our game plan. Yeah. Cannot hit escape. That's so weird. Next week, massive nerfs.
AutomaticJak,
Oh,
how's
yeah.
my druid looking?
Oh, yeah. Yo, Gurgo. Welcome back, man. You're the 4 months in a row. Our Druid's feeling really good, man. Really, really good. If nothing changes and the servers went live today, Mom's credit card, probably Oracle Disc. But we got like 6 or 8 weeks or so before the new season. So lots of time. Lots and lots of time. Open up your cell, like type /cell options, OPT. Type /cell OPT. Open up your cell options, then go to click casting. Yeah. So you can kind of dig into it there. Hashtag sell, hashtag add, hashtag jacket checkout. True. Use code jacket checkout. Way easier than I thought. We love to see it. I might have to do a little onboarding thingamabobble there. Yeah. Yeah, cell owns. Not really any gameplay changes, Gurg. Not that I saw. Not that I saw. Broncos country. Let's ride. Crit and mastery, Copit. Read them guides, baby. Come on. Read them guides. Yeah, Void Weaver's all about haste. All about the haste. Yeah, it's always gonna be. I think as long as Oracle Disc still has like good absorbs, it'll always be safe in a high key environment. My real like dream, which will probably never happen, but the real dream is if they have like good tank balance, which allows you to have like a couple different group comps that are strong. Like Fizz kind of had its day, but they need to like make it way better, like way better. It needs to be like a real competition. Evoker's getting better, but that doesn't mean it's so good that it's going to be like really competitive, you know? It's getting better. Let me see. Is John still around? I'm trying to figure out why the bot's not working. All damage was rot. Druid rule the world. True. Game would also be pretty boring if everything was rot. Unless you were the druid. True. True. That's facts. I don't know how to level up characters in PTR or anything. I just leveled all these guys and copied them. So, it's like Lichico. I'll spell it out, Dr. Lichico. Yeah, it's like 150 bucks or something like that for the walking treadmill. Highly recommended if you already have a standing desk. I think it's actually a lot more comfortable to set the treadmill on like, 1 mile an hour, 1.1, something slow, and then just do it for like 5 hours or so. I don't know, I might like 3 hours. I might take a break in a little bit. Might break it up a little. But I think that's like way more comfortable for me than like standing. Like standing static and like not moving doesn't feel as good. Hey, thank you, John. Daily step count over 10K. That's your weekly? Well, think about it, man. It could be your daily. It could be your daily. So it went from 8K a day to like 800 since you got an office job. They need to be giving you a treadmill or something. Mile and a half walk, jog, or interval earlier, getting back into your health, feeling sleep so much better. Yeah, dude. Mental clarity helps a lot. Usually, new builds are like Tuesdays. Tuesdays or Wednesdays. But Blizzard likes doing new things every time, so... the PTR is like built off the back of inconsistency and randomness. And I wish Blizzard would realize it, because like if they optimize their PTR cycles better and really focused on best practices, I think the entire game would be a lot better. But didn't hear from me. Everyday feeling is so worth it. It is, dude. It is. Let's get fired from Blizzard. No, I've just done, like, I'm just the freak who's done PTR since Warlords of Draenor, like 10 years, like nonstop. So, like, I don't know. I've just been there and seen it all. I've just been there and seen it all. Oh, shit. Doesn't touch grass, we reap the benefits. I kind of have been touching grass a lot lately. It's weird. Just time maxing. I've been looking for new apartments and stuff. What PTR has been the craziest? I'll never forget when we did PTR testing for Nyalotha. And the boss was literally turned on its side. Like, N'Zoth was, like, turned on its side. And his booty hole had a key. Like a Kingdom Hearts keyhole was, like, in his rear. That is a tragedy. Come on, buddy. You need to get in melee range. Taunt the boss. There we go. That's my goat. Tragic.
Your survival.
Ooh, New Mexico? Ugh. No desert for me. I'm good. I am good. Desert bad. I would not survive the desert. Yeah, like I want to stay in Austin. I'm not going to Houston. I'm not going to New Mexico. I'm good. I'm good. Stay right there. Yeah, when you enter an instance, it automatically scales all your gear. You get this little scaling aura. So we're scaled to 710. And we don't take any durability either. This background is the only one you've ever known? Don't worry. We're going to get an even better background. Because I'm going to build up a bookshelf once I move. And it'll have like 1,000 books behind me. It'll be great. Tier sets you can buy in the capital cities, either Orgrimmar or Stormwind. Like change? Change is the only way to grow. It's the only way. Affix changes? I don't think so. Somebody raised a good point the other day that like all the affixes are actually Xalatath like fucking with us in different ways, but now she's actually our ally. So it's gonna be kind of weird. I don't know if they're gonna mix it up or what, but yeah. Howdy, Colony. Work getting any less psychotic on you? Missing an opportunity? I want a large stained glass window behind you. Well, you better upgrade that sub to a tier 3, okay? Because that would be pretty sick, but I'm not getting any stained glass windows installed behind me unless I'm in the mansion or something. The McMansion. It's been a week and it's only Wednesday. Oh no. Employed, but at what cost? Well, hopefully it improves, dude. Or hopefully it's just a lot easier to look for new jobs. Yo, Ringo, thank you for the prime, dude. See, there we go. On our way to get in the mansion. Actually, you know what I would really want to get? I've seen some people who have like the apartments where they're like massive, like from floor to ceiling windows out like the side of the apartment or the condo or something. Like that would be sick. Sub for the stained glass. There we go, baby. It's a startup and there's a bunch of stuff they haven't done yet from a security perspective, so it's just a slog. Sounds like you're crucial though. I mean, I guess it'd be like a loft. But yeah, I'd love to just have a place with like a good view out the window. Yeah. How's this floor to ceiling windows? Have a vaulted ceiling in the great room too? Shit, dude. I'm gonna go live with Scoob. That sounds sick, man. Mugs for keys, cards for raid, up dog. Just depends on what your focus is. Yeah. Do I think this tier still get nerfed? Maybe. Maybe. Anytime, up dog. Bam. Are you walking, Lamau? Are you chatting, bro? Lamau? Yeah, of course. Are you not walking? Dude, every single person in my chat's walking right now, except for you. No game. Come on. And they're all laughing at you. Druid or Prez will be better in Season 3? My money's on Druid right now. We'll see, though. Bro's a sitter. Got his ass. Using my virtual legs? Yeah. A lot of people wouldn't like playing with Prez. Yeah, there's a lot of like funky quality of life fuckery going on. I agree. I mean, that's the thing. Prez fucks as long as you're going to have everyone stacked in a raid. Yeah. New challenge, Jack's character can only move as fast as he does. Well, I'm playing Priest, so I can keep my treadmill on the slowest speed possible. I had my guildies the other night. They were playing Priest alts, and I was playing my Monk. And they're like, why the fuck can't I go anywhere? And I was like, yeah, it sucks, doesn't it? Makes you even slow the treadmill down a little bit, true. Yeah, my bad habit is definitely over mashing Feather when I need to go fast. Happens too often. That's why it's the best to do Priest for raid prog, because then you re-kill bosses on all your alts or whatever, and every single other healer is faster and more defensive than a Priest. So you basically do the fights on hard mode when you progress as a Priest, and then every time you do it on an alt, super easy. We steps today? Like 10K-ish. I did 20K yesterday. I didn't even realize it. I was like, why do my legs hurt and I'm starving? And I had walked 20,000 that day. Any pancakes you eat after 20,000 steps? I don't know, but I did get the largest of those tortillas at the grocery store I could find. Put a massive chicken breast into it, diced it all up, and made a huge quesadilla. I ate that, and then I was hungry again. So then I think I ate like... Actually, I like raw dogged a bunch of carrots. That's what I did. And then I discovered that I had a whole bunch of hummus in my fridge after the fact. But the carrots hit the spot. Just pounding straight carrots. Well, I was raiding, and you're just kind of munching, and you're not even thinking about it, I was like, wow, these would be way better with like ranch or hummus or something. And then turns out there was those things. Yeah, you heard me, Garok. You heard me. Listen, chat. Communication, it's all about the sender and the receiver getting the same message. I said raw dog and carrots. Everybody instantly understood what I meant. That's how you be an expert communicator, okay? What's the lore in this X-Pack? Who the fuck knows? There's like sounds under the earth, and then suddenly they just are totally irrelevant. The world was like screaming at people and causing like seizures and stuff, and then suddenly the seizures like don't matter anymore. Azeroth was geeking. Exactly. Azeroth was geeking. Turned out to be nothing new. Wasn't geeking when the jailer was doing his thing. Totally geeking now that we have some other rando threat. You know. What is this I hear? That DK might be phased out of Mythics, at least Mythic rating? I don't know, this is a healer stream. No, I hear that they're actually really pissed about not having, I heard they're really, really pissed about not having A-Bomb Limb anymore. But apparently AMZ is good. But also apparently DKs don't like how they play, so. And that's about as far as I've gotten into the DK lore. Yeah. Yeah, I saw the DK call to action. They've summoned the Knights of Acaris. Abaris, whatever. More than you know, or new. There you go. Come on over for any Death Knight information. I'll keep you updated. I'll get you everything you need. Yeah, I did main one back in the day. So did I. The not well-known Jack Skellington tanked a Mythic Hellfire Citadel. He kind of had that dog in him, not gonna lie. Blood DK, Breath of Sindragosa, trying to keep that up as long as you could as a tank. Oh, baby. Good times. Okay. Before we all explode. Alright, we're nice and safe. We didn't even pop the Sentinel yet. Now we're about to. Sturdiest tank? Probably VDH, but, you know, limited pool so far. Yeah. You buy the new expansion? Nah, probably after Gamescom. Already without even understanding what the expansion's about? Well, you know. Even if you did understand what it would be about, it would be Blizzard's version of the game, which, you know, we already saw the War Within's version of the game. I thought this whole expansion we were going to discover what Azeroth is or was or whatever, and I have learned nothing. I don't even know what the crystal is. See, here's the problem. Blizzard gives you a mystery, okay? And then they just give up on it. Like, what's the crystal in Hollowfall? And like they just gave up. Like, I don't know. I was all excited about it. I don't know anymore. I don't really care anymore. I don't really care anymore. Crystal is explained? Well, that's a surprise to me. That's a shocking surprise to me, because I heard nothing. I heard absolutely nothing. You learned that the new Earth people eat rocks and only rocks, and that's about all I got out of this. Oh yeah, that too. Little rock eaters. Yeah. Wish I knew what the crystal thing was, though. This dungeon's good. Lots, like, absurd amount of, like, 2-target cleave. From, like, a healer perspective. You're just constantly healing 2 people at a time. What up, Nyaks? Alright, Vic. What's the crystal? Share with the class. It's Azeroth's soul crystallized. So where do they explain this at? The jailer knows what the crystal is, but can't tell us. True. I'm playing holy bag. Playing holy right now. We just love not killing stuff. Yeah, they're a little like, oh my god, you don't know the mechanics of this dungeon? If that was their concern, they could have just invited people that already had showed that they'd done the dungeon. Because you can see that. Yeah, like, there was like the mysterious Haranir, and like nothing happened with them. Like, absolutely nothing happened with them. Yeah, tragic. Yeah. Team? They're walking out. It is a really pretty dungeon, but there's not enough reason to, like, look up. I find I'm constantly looking at the ground for the swirlies that I don't get enough time to, like, look up. It's a little unfortunate. Holy feels fantastic with the tier set, Viv. I love it. I love it. Oof. Yeah, we were, Colony. I got you, my dude. Ooh. Alright, let's juice this up. Let me get some mana, actually, while they're doing this. When Chris Benson came back, a lot of the history was already planned. Maybe he did rush for fixing it, but it kind of seems exactly the opposite. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he busted up this expansion. But also, if it means that, like, future expansions are going to be more clear, then, like, that'd be a dub still. But, you know, they have to show us that first. I did always feel like they planned expansions, like, I don't know, more like nearsightedness. It felt. Disc cooking, taking Twilight Equilibrium, Mindbender, Oracle, using tier set to get a super strong mini ramp. So I was thinking about the mini ramp stuff, but I think it would have to be like an encounter would push you to use the mini ramps in that way, because it wouldn't be as good in like higher. It wouldn't be better to have like more burst or something else otherwise. But like the way I see it at the moment, I think you basically are just playing the same. And you just get more output in your ramps, because it's overheal redirect that Piety gives you. And so ideally, you want to funnel as much healing into that window as possible to get the potential greatest value. You know? Overheal matters a lot less when you have a second attempt to not overheal, right? The big change is, like, you actually want to have Clairvoyance and Solace being used together, because previously you would just kind of send... You would kind of just send your Solace on anything, you know? So now we're kind of getting away from that. Oh my god. Huh. And then you'd basically have, what, 5-6 penances going out during your Piety windows. But, like I said, it's possible, because there is a little bit of, like, ramp fuckery that you can do on Sprocketmonger, where you can actually take, like, 1 minute Clairvoyance. You can align everything properly, since there's a little bit of extra downtime there. I did see some people do that with, like, prog and stuff, so there is the potential. But you would basically just have to have, like, something from the encounter to, like, push you to do it, you know? Casper admitting, Casper amending. Yeah, I'm still surprised they haven't nerfed Piety yet, but yet is the key term. They still very much could after some raid tests. Because it doesn't really make sense to nerf Piety for farm, because it's always going to look a lot better on farm than it will on prog, you know? That's right, lots of time ahead of us. But I think that's probably had like that editorial I made for Wowhead a while back, or like that was my primary concern, is like them over nerfing it. So we'll have to keep an eye out for it though. Of course it's gonna make me run. Oh wait, I didn't grab that? Alright, I'm going in for it. Got my 3 stacks, 30% damage bonus, healing bonus. Is Piety 2 insane now? On farm, it looks insane. But it's like such a necessary piece of disc in particular because they produce a lot of overheal in their ramps naturally. So I think the spec would be like massively worse if they nerfed it. Or if they butchered it, if they got fully rid of it, it would be a lot worse. But could it do with some nerfs? Probably, yeah. Within reason. Within reason. Chad's been treating it like a raid CD and how that would work with tier sets, where in raid it does less healing and more in 5-mans. That would be the dream, right? That would be the dream. They should probably get higher on the list. Did they get more crit? Maybe. That was more of like a vibes plus like gameplay deal. Less of like performance based. But I think that was what I talked about in the video, was just see it with more crit. See? Yeah, him's quite good. I think we'll see it right here. I can use it again. I just got to back off cooldown. Oh, man. Tank, 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 tank. Here you go. Wow, and we're gonna get the huge dude too. What? Woo! Ah, God, I would love an evoker tank. Oh, if only. If only. Shaman 4 class, Earth for tank, Air for enhance, Fire for Ellie, Water for resto. That'd be pretty sick. That's right, Divine Him actually moving health bars. I think this is overall. Yeah. Good balance in between Serenity and single targets. Prompt Prognosis is the 2 set. That's just the Prayer of Mending instant heals. Pretty damn good. On average, is doing 2 million healing, and Serenity's doing 4 million. So it's about half a Serenity cast you get out of it. Yeah. And look at how much healing you get out of Piety. And your powered shields. I didn't cast a powered shield at all. These are all shields that come from casting Prayer of Mending. Because when you play Oracle, your Prayer of Mending also casts shields. So Prayer of Mending has its own healing here. It has all the healing here out of Prompt Prognosis. And it has all the powered shield healing. So I've been saying Oracle Holy Priest has been nuts for a while. And this tier set only makes it that much more so. I know, we're back, cheerleader. Would it shock you to know, to understand, to learn that I fixed the problem immediately after the stream ended without having to reset my computer? I don't love you like I did yesterday. Yeah, crazy stuff, man. Crazy stuff. There's 2 streams, ease. Gotcha, man. I emailed them about the new computer. Oh, you know, I got an email from them. This is crazy. I got an email from Origin. And they said, oh, hey, our system was having issues sending out prepaid labels. I was able to find some issues, and I got it fixed. Here's your prepaid label. And I was like, bro, 2 weeks ago, I sent you guys the box. It's been delivered. Yeah, we might send out the hit squad for it soon, John. That's the first response I've gotten in ages. Yeah. It's fucking bad, dude. If they don't respond to me tomorrow, I'm just gonna start, like, tweeting at them or something. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I'm like, oh my god, Origin has such, like, good fucking customer support. Like, is the customer support in the room with us? Because I'm not getting it. I should never have had to pay for return shipping. I mean, I had to send it, yeah, like I had to pay for the shipping to send it to RMA, and they didn't say anything to me about it. Fucking crazy. No, I don't play Shadow Act. Sorry, man. Most of the time, you want to send doubles, Ari. Most of the time. It's only like specific fights, maybe like Sprocketmonger, where you toss out some singles. But most of the time, you are tossing out the doubles. Is Halo good for Oracle? It's fine. I just had it on because I played with a little bit of Archon before. I don't think I would probably run with it if I, God, where even is it? It's down here somewhere. Yeah. I wouldn't even run with it if I was in my regular build. Expanding secondaries that have more types of stats and maybe stat modifiers like crit damage, mastery, just ways to change the way classes can play. I think it would probably get too confusing for the average player, to be honest. Especially if they're not going to bring back Reforging. Like, it'd be cool if they brought back Reforging and that would open more things up. But without it, then, you know, people would just be upset they didn't get, like, the certain stat they wanted. I'd be down with having Reforging back. When there's not any, like, hit or expertise gaps, Reforging is pretty chill. But I also am insane and I want Spirit to return, too. So, you know. I would really, really love it if Spirit returned, in fact. That would be fun. Alright, let's play some Void Weaver. Sounds fun. What the hell?
How goes the PTR?
Yo, how you been, Lava Thing? Maybe the 25 months. Been pretty good. That Druid Wildstalker set's really nuts in dungeons, man. It's like almost 30% of my healing. It was crazy. Actually crazy. You don't know how to feel about that spec and raids? Yeah, I am. I'm really curious, like dig into some logs for some R Druid mains and see how they do in the raid test tomorrow. I've been doing like 12s and 15s. Rejoin hardcore raiding with XDs. I'll be in there tomorrow. Oh, sick. Be sure to give me your thoughts, man. Let's see. I got us all set up. Yeah. Yeah. Said, who are you? I want to do a 15 with that comp. So all the hits about with renew and everything, really it's more about just having renew on the targets before damage is going out, because you're kind of just juicing up the healing that they receive by 10% through some of your talents. I'm kind of debating going back to some more like benediction types talents, but I'm not quite sure. That is something I want to mess around with, though. Maybe you go back to benediction because you're just getting even more prayer of mendings out than ever before. It would help you on any like consistent damage encounters. Where's my dude? Where's my tank? Oh, if I had a straight haste ring. Yeah, that'll be fine. That'll scale up. That'll scale up. I don't know about like best anything yet. It's just second day of PTR. I don't have any other necks though. And also I need the haste so badly. I need it so badly. I need that Sareki. Yo, Anonymous. Thank you for giving the gift to the Pashuli. Thank you. That is a lot of atoners. Yo, what up, Maha? Holy Priest actually has to care about mana. Disc Priest has been caring about mana a little bit too. Yeah. A couple of others are. Nah, I'm just hitting uppies. Oh, shit. I need mage food. Mage food, please. Yeah, I actually have to think about mana. It's unfortunate. His Mindbender gives you, like, no mana return. It really sucks, actually. For that.
Disc supremacy.
Yeah. It's feeling really good, Tom. Thank you for the 42 months. How you doing, big dog? So we got a PTR, just gotta dodge the nerfs. We gotta be fucking Neo to dodge these nerfs, man. We're gonna have to be Neo for real. I mean, Void Weaver's feeling really strong here in this 14. Problem is that its healing is less flexible, which causes its own problems. Yeah, if Druid and Dragon soak up all the attention, that'd be sick. I'll do my part in the propaganda. Iron chapters. Ah, don't worry, chat. As I always say, they don't listen to me. You have nothing to worry about. Just need duct tape for Tettles. That's right, dude. If you want something nerfed, you go talk to Tettles. Hey, Tom, you've been running with Luminous Barrier at all? It's actually good in dungeons. Probably not the best for high keys, of course, but for like rando groups where it's tougher to like get good value out of barrier and stuff, actually was feeling good. Should have put Oracle tier set in solid C tier so it gets buffed. They don't listen to me. They don't listen to me one bit. Wouldn't have made any difference. Oh yeah, Holy Priest and Raid's like super chill, and honestly, it's like super powerful. It's super, super powerful. Mana seems a big problem. I mean, I had enough mana before the fight ended. Might just drop Eternal Barrier. I don't think I really need it. I don't think I need it with these shields, but we'll see. Do one mindset of Mugsy, have random timers on Bandit. This has been having a rest. Yeah. I feel that.
Your survival wasn't necessary.
It's tough, man. It's tough. Turn to look at chat. Look back. I'm dead. 100 to 0. Our shaman feels off. Like haste isn't reducing your cast times at all. It doesn't reduce it that much. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, and I got double tap by casters. A common tragedy. Mana for Conduit Mistweaver? Oh, like super chill. Eh. We'll see how it goes in Raid, but in Keys it wasn't a problem. Oh my god.
Only the strong
All right.
survive.
Woof. I mean, you can Viv spam, but like, doesn't mean you're always going to be doing it, you know? Just testing everything, Rose. Just testing everything. Yeah, we were annihilated on that one. I mean, we were doing a good damn. Yeah. We're doing almost mill overall. Your Rift does absurd damage when you play Void Weaver. Yep. Gonna be like the protectors and mudload, avoid them all. I mean, you're gonna try to, but like some of them you have to, you know? I'm playing Void Weaver right now. Installed the game yesterday. Was the best priest. Get started with like Holy first. Probably the one you want to get started with. It's a correct way of playing. The pure atonement. It feels stronger. It feels noticeably stronger here, which is nice. All right, let me go to the bathroom quick. 1 sec. Get up and move around a little bit. I'll be back in a moment, and then we'll try another Void Weaver key since we didn't even like get anywhere. 1 sec. Bring up the KSM mount. Let's see. Let's see. Oh shit. What in the world is this? This is an insane mount. Look at this freaky ass bug. What the hell? That looks insane. Yeah. Later, Sniff. Grilled chicken and shrimp skewers is Mexican rice. That sounds delicious. Sounds delicious. Purple Rashanon? A little bit, yeah. Yeah, a little mini Rashanon. We have Necro. It's super powerful. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna do another Void Weaver key. Because we didn't really get anywhere in that last group. New to H Pally? Play Herald. Yeah. Herald's more of like traditional paladin. Lightsmith is like you play a damage rotation and it kind of like automatically heals people. It's really bad in live right now. It's not that good on live right now, but could be good next season. Possibly. It's a sleeper. It's a potential sleeper for next season. I'm glad that they are different mounts as well. Yeah. That is good. Only played Void Disc so far, but some Oracle Holy. How hard would it be to learn Oracle Disc? Not too bad. I got all kinds of guides. Exclamation point guides is all kinds of stuff. Yeah, maybe. Well, Lightsmith, I think, is like the sleepers spec Mephisto. Possibly. So, we'll see. We'll see. Giga tank that can hold aggro. I don't see a tank in this group. Oh, just exit out of the game, Lava. Yeah. Just Alt F4. I was doing the copy account settings and stuff, and then it bugged out like that, and I just Alt F4'd, logged back in, and it worked. So I'm like, all right. Yeah, I was playing Druid earlier. So far we've done Oracle Disc. We're about to do another Void Weaver Disc. We did Oracle Holy. I played everything on M0s, and that's what our most recent video is about. But now we're doing more testing for M+. So we did Wildstalker Druid. We did Lightsmith and Herald Holy Pally. And now we're doing Priest. Something like that. It's like 6 out of 14 or something like that. We've knocked off the list. Owl Weaving is kind of dead. I hate to tell you. Owl Weaving is heavily suboptimal. Yeah. With words I thought I'd never seen. And unafraid. You get scaled to 730 or 710, excuse me, in the dungeons. You get scaled up in the dungeons, so your base eye level doesn't matter. Technically 709, but like, you know. You could have some like, you know, eye level 10 gear and it gets scaled up when the dungeon starts. At the moment, Yuck, yeah. It's heading in the direction of another Oracle this season, but no guarantees. Let's Holy Priest take the Renew talent. That gives it a talent? You gotta be more specific than that. Come on. You named your Druid Chicken and then decided to play Resto, and now it makes no sense. Well, for $10, you can change that name and support Blizzard's next expansion. Oh, hello. They got my that group has my name on it. Holy. Group has my name on it and everything. Jack's fooling all of you. He's actually a main hunter. So true. So true. We can mass report your name. Don't do that. Yeah, name change is on sale. There you go. Bell's a paid Blizzard actor. There you go. There you go. So you're asking why does Holy Priest take Empowered Renew? Just because it's good. I mean, when you play Oracle especially, when you just play as Holy Priest in general, if a target has Renew on them, they take 10% more healing from you. And the healing it does is also pretty good, and it gives you cooldown reduction for your Sanctify. When you play Oracle, your Renews last longer, so your healing buffs last longer. You know, a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. Brewmaster was okay, but they're more spiky, which, you know, is no surprise, right? They're more spiky than VDH. I played it earlier today if you wanted to see any footage and stuff, but it's good. I'm hyped. I got a whole long video which gives like the, you know, longer explanation, but I think that Valley's tier set bonuses are like fun to play, make the spec better, powerful, all that good stuff. Yeah. I think what I'm kind of worried about is like a lot of power gets put into Sun's avatar, the 4-set bonus, which is really not that helpful for 5-mans. And then Lightsmith, you just need like a buttload of crit to make sure your hammer and anvil procs off your Crusader Strike. So I'm kind of curious to see how that's going to go. I just played Holy Jason. You can always rewind on YouTube though. And then you can see it as if I was live. Was barrier over barrier for M+. If I'm doing like random pugging, I think it's worth. For high-end groups, they're always going to want the barrier because the damage reduction just gets better and better over the course of like a season or like the higher keys you do and stuff. But I think for our purposes here, it's going to be really good to run Luminous and Rando pug groups. Yeah. Wood Weaver is stronger than I was expecting, at least so far, but killed like 2 bosses. Oh, it actually provides a heal. That's interesting. So absorbs might be really good there too. Yeah, here's that full list, by the way, and it breaks down like everything going on. It's like everything going on. Will it be worth learning again? We'll see. It's super early to know what's going to be like the best options right now. So just getting used to playing everything, getting comfortable with it. And then as we get closer to the season, I'll be better able to make suggestions on what to play and what to practice. I would not be surprised if my like guides for next season include big guides for Voidweaver and for Oracle, because it was literally like 2 or 3 straight rounds of tuning, something like that, that pushed Oracle ahead of Voidweaver last patch. Same exact thing could happen in reverse. So yeah, mana, you just have to drink a bit more. I think I'm probably going to end up running like Shield Discipline Perma Zareen, just to be like safe. I think that'll probably be a little consequence
What's going
of
to
it.
be the best healer in 12.1.5?
God, I hope it's going to be Priest, Nada. Thank you for the 89 months. Chat, did you guys hear Nada got cutting edge last night? Slayed Chrome King Gallywix in his lair. Did you get the mount as well? Mount check. Yo, Leafy, thank you for the new sub. Better late than never? Ah, please. You're not even close to last second, okay? Now you get to join a little bit of farm, get everybody their mounts. There we go. You ever lose a single CE mount on the first kill? Same. Same, dude. I think if I play the game long enough, eventually I will, though. Still hasn't happened yet. Still hasn't happened yet. Give me some big ol' burst. This still feels really good. Yeah. We haven't had any like real tuning yet though, so you know, take it with a grain of salt, guys. Tuning could literally just change everything on its head. And if there is tuning, it's going to be updated on my YouTube. So just always just look at my YouTube. Smile. Like and subscribe. The new trinkets are pretty cool, yeah. Some of them are like way too powerful. Like this combo trinket to get Void Glass absorbs onto your entire party is nuts. Yeah, that one's really, really nuts. Ow. You fighting for loot with the Arcane Mages? Yeah, we're not winning that fight. We're not going to be winning that fight at all. That's for sure. If they should have one, then probably not that one. Already said on YouTube. Maybe just a bit tired of 2 seasons of Disc. Trust me. It's like whenever you go to a Korean barbecue place and the first round of meat comes out and it's fantastic and it's glorious. The second round comes out and you just don't think that you're going to be able to do it. You kind of struggle bust your way through it. But man, that third round of meat, you're going to be ready for it, all right? Trust me. You cannot be having too much of a good thing, okay? There's no such thing. Strangest analogy, but I followed you. See? What, you want to like stay around for normal analogies? Come on now. Think outside the box, chat. Now go back to Resto Druid meta. Like, Resto Druids have no fucking place to ever talk about meta. They all must be suffering from, like, short-term attention span. They just forget the, like, millennium of Druid being dominant in keys. Yeah, I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you, Lava Thing.
Your
Yep.
survival
I'm
wasn't
dead.
necessary.
I love getting pulsed for 80% of my HP a tick. That's so cool. Hi, Grandma. You're my favorite. You're not part of this. But everybody else, everybody else got no room to talk. I do. Yeah. And people are like, oh my god, like I can't wait till Druid's meta again. Like, it's been so long. I'm like, bro, they blotted out the sun from like Legion to I don't know, early Shadowlands. Crazy stuff. They got the gall to ask for buffs. It's crazy. And 2 seasons of Dragonflight as well. That's right. They're fine. Maybe you are ready for the 3rd round of meat. There you go. I knew you would be. They always are. Dude, I want some Korean barbecue. Nada, when we go and get Korean barbecue, celebrate your kill. You know, our shamans are the real ones that need to stay in. I think the House of Resto Shaman is, like, abandoned. I think the House of Resto Shaman has been abandoned. I don't think anyone's home. I'm actually nearly certain nobody's home. Yo, Deluvia, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Prez meta, just watch all the top heroes scramble for a month. The best of the best, some of the best will be fine. The MDI guys, they'd be fine. We would see a Mo Dragosa and stuff like that slamming. Some other people, it would be fun to see. The hate watching would be incredible. There's evokers banned in your raids. That's smart. You have a friend that's nothing but a Resto Shamer. I mean, I know exactly what you mean, Draco. But like, when I was 10 years old, that's around the time I got rid of my imaginary friend. I don't know how old you are, but it might be time for you to do that. Do the consumables stay the same? There's new health pots, but that's about it. Yeah. Played H-Paler? Yeah. I have a video, which is a monstrous 40-minute video covering every single healer and tier set combination.
It lasted a little longer.
Yeah. Purchase please. Thank you. Button. We're so back. Well, not him, but everybody else but him. Like, why does it hit for all of my health? It's crazy. Yeah, it's like you break this shield for this mech and it radiates damage, and I think it also like cleaves. There's a lot of things that like punish you for standing near other people. Yeah. It's super weird. If only I had 10 or 20% more health as a shaman. Yeah. Fucking shaman propagandists. Yeah, I also really don't know why I don't have Throws of Pain. I thought I had 1 point in Throws of Pain. Turns out I have 0 points. Yep. H-Paler feels good. Just to make it easy on everybody, I'm just pointing people to our latest videos. And I'm going to always make sure we have latest videos updated with my current thoughts. Yeah, I'm throwing. That was good. No, I'm not running an important mana talent. I'm throwing by. I'm just throwing. I'm being a bum. But yeah, check the YouTube. It's got a new video. Covers all kinds of stuff. Thank you, Grandma. I try. I try. I try. My eyes to see me. Is that a Shadow Priest at the top of the meters? They need a nerf. Yeah, they need a nerf immediately. Emergency nerfs. Break the glass. Nerf them. This dungeon's kind of weird, Stalzy, because it's like an absurd amount of like 2-target damage. Like everything is like 2-target damage. It's kind of strange. I'm getting very far away. 99% damage reduction. Yeah, Shadow Priest got a whole rework and stuff. Shadow Priest keeps getting reworked, and only when Shadow Priest stops getting reworked are they going to change the priest class tree. Unfortunately, Shadow Priest is taking all the priest development time. One of these days, though. One of these days. I think people realize how much time is involved. Oh, yeah. But it's worth it. It's worth it. Psychic Link can never die. Yeah, at this point, like... Why can't we just... One sec. Dang. We are just not killing. We are just not killing it. Did my advantage get off on him? I got the Luminous Barrier off. Yeah. The damage here stacks. So the longer that you spend not killing these javelins, these totems, the more damage you start taking. Yeah. Do you get to keep anything from Test Realm? Just the memories. I mean, if there was like a performance benefit, then like it'd be pretty bad for the game. You know. Yeah, next week we get to see firsthand the changes that are going on for Dawnbreaker and Arakara. I think there's also some for... I think there's also a few for Priory. It was... Good healer to push 2K on in Season 3. Haven't done N+ for a minute. Probably Priest, but we got like 6-8 weeks or something like that. So we gotta see how their performance is gonna do. But anything for 2K is fine. It could be like anything that you enjoy just based off vibes. Holy shit. That was Vamp and Embrace and a full Rift and everything going off. We're so bad that people didn't vote for dungeons because of trinkets. You heard it here first. Stalsy wants to deny you guys the right to vote. Wants to disenfranchise you, you competitive-minded players. Casuals only. Wants the dungeons for the vibes. I bet he also voted for Grimrail Depot. Gerrymander the shit out of these dungeons. My guild re-enfranchised the healer union. We had one of our officers go back to being a healer for next season. So we now have a healer vote on the loot council. Not like it's gonna be used for us, but you know. One of the Dawnbreaker changes not falling through the boats. Oh, please. You know that's coming back. You know that's a feature. That's not a downside, that's a feature. Yeah, it works as intended. Works as intended. It's half the fun. Yeah. Where's the fun if you can't fall through the floor 5 times over in the dungeon? I have a raid testing tomorrow. Very hyped. Oh, dude, I'm down for heroic raid testing. Heroic raid testing's fun. It's my jam, dude. Testing season is like super fun because you get to play all these bad builds, or you get to experiment with things. You know the reference of like CC's Pizza is really good if somebody isn't in your ear telling you how like mid it is. This is like the same thing. PTR is great because you just get to like go fuck around and just try a whole bunch of different things, and like if it doesn't work, that's fine. Just testing. There's no skin in the game, you know. It's competitive content. You know you want to do your best and everything like that. And then you vibe. Let's play bad builds all season long. Yeah, but you're not like a streamer, right? I made this whole series where I played bad builds on Druid and got KSM with it, and people were so upset with me for trolling other people's keys because I was running a bad build. But then I was having people like leaving groups and flaming each other. One guy was even like crazy racist and stuff when I was doing the series. And then, you know, nothing about that. But man, playing the wrong talent build. Why would you put other people through this? Why? It's one of the most cardinal sins as a streamer in WoW. Making their day worse playing with them in a bad build. Speedrun the dungeon deserter penalty. I could do like the opposite of a makeover and like make my character look bad to not get invited or something. Yeah. People in 4 teams think they're future MDI champions. They take it so seriously. Oh, yeah. Oh, I feel that. It is very plain, Grandma. So not only is it very plain, but the skybox is gorgeous. But you never look up because there's so many swirlies on the ground. There's just constant swirlies on the ground. Yeah. Even in 13s, had a wipe, someone left, and another player straight up just dropped a slur. Yeah. Some psycho shit going on. I was playing Rivals the other night, and I had one guy screaming slurs on the mic, and I just auto-assumed that he was going to get, like, banned instantly, because it was, like, the most blatant, you know, naughty words I'd ever heard. And then I just, you know, queued for the next game, didn't even think about it, and then he was on my team again, and he didn't say anything, and he only offered, like, helpful advice to people. It was in, like, text chat. It was insane. Dude, like, full changes personality from one game to another. That's true. At least the mechanics are easy to see. At least the mechanics are easy to see. Hang on, I gotta do a shot in the dark. Yo, Misery, are you in chat? I gotta go flame somebody real quick. Not doing the usual purple on a purple crime, right? It's insane how far it's come. Fuck.
Strong.
Oh, I got bolted! Ah. There's one thing I hate in life, it's getting bolted. Orion. AI tools will make the game... Wait, what are you talking about? Huh? Drop a hard R, I make the do it in Jack's chat. You cannot be restoration druiding in my chat. You better not be. These WoW memories I have is your colorblind friend, a Mechtork, yelling nut or screw when we're calling colors. That's great. Oh, no. Get the nut. No gain over the 35 months. Will it be viable again in raids? Holy is currently one of the best healers in raids in Season 3. Or Season 2, rather. And I have more than a few hardcore raider friends who are actively hoping that Holy Priest is going to be one of the best options. Yo, Nada, thank you for giving the gift of the sub to Katela. Jason Season 3 playable? Yeah, a little more than playable. Yeah. A little more than playable. And a little absorb. What race am I playing on my healers? I think I'm Night Elf on a lot of them. I still think it's really good even without the even with the potions being added. I think there's a decent chance that Holy Priest could be meta this coming season in raids. We'll see. Hasn't been meta in raids in a bit. And by a bit, I mean Nerebar Palace. Four monks this time. I mean, monk still does the best healer damage in raids, and it still has a very flexible healing profile. We'll see. Disc, Mistweaver, our Druid, Holy Priest. Cut out the Druid, man. And I'm on board. I can't have these Druids being like, oh, look at my flourish timers, and they're just right on top of disc ramp timers. Like, I don't need you. Just let me do my thing. Spirit Shell, that's honestly the only solution. Cien was a banger. It was an absolute banger. pop wings during a druid's ramp to cuck him on farm. That's the way. That's the nice thing with playing Holy Priest with Piety. You just slam so much healing. Play Monk for instant revival. True. But revival sucks now. Revival really, really sucks now. Shatter talents. There you go. Yep. So, Atonement go Burr. Unfortunately, there's not much to look at in a breakdown for Void Weaver disc besides Atonement going Burr. Somebody mentioned it in one of my videos. They're like, what if the 2-set, in addition to increasing your Void Blast and Penance damage, also gave you cooldown reduction for your Penance off casting Void Blast? Which I would love. That suggestion was really, really nice. I mean, all these hero tier sets, Gamer, are like all really fun in different ways and interesting ways. So I think the way the hero talents have gone have actually been really good and really productive for the game, I think. And I would like to simultaneously like keep hero talents interesting, fun, valuable, and also prune a lot of the spec trees. Because I think there's way too many like conditional modifiers for like when it's raining in August and you forgot your umbrella, then your penance does like 20% more healing. I'm like, just smack on like flat penance, flat smites, flat whatever, you know? Yeah. That would be like way, way better. Some of them are like fine, where it's like Schism or like Power of the Dark Side and Dark Indulgence, where you just fucking hit Mind Blast and it's like it works, you know? Like that stuff's fine. But what's really annoying is like extra penance bolts or trading between light and shadow. Expiation just kind of fucking blows. It just kind of blows in general. I might even just get rid of DA's 3%. I don't even know if I'm doing enough healing there with it. I'll try with double blaze next time. Oh, is it a little quiet? Okay. Oh, that turned it off. There you go, boo. Night Elf is really good for dungeons because it lets you shadow meld stuff. A lot of times in like bolts or other stuff are like casting on you, you know? What I hope is the meta. I mean, it'd be great to have another disc tier for Raid. I would love that. I'd be excited. But I think the best way to have a good variety for healers in keys is if you have good tank variety. I think that's kind of the dream, is like, if Shadow Priest is good, if Disc Priest is good, you know, you have a couple different varieties for like tanks that can be played. That kind of opens up more healer variety. Interestingly enough, the more tank balance there is, the better tank balance there is, the more better everything is for balance. It becomes less about like, oh, we need a druid, but we can only bring Boomkin, you know? They're the only ones who could bring the buff, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, raid testing is tomorrow, Naked. Raid testing is tomorrow. Hey, Grace, thank you for the new sub. Welcome in. Yeah, in this household, we always do all our PTR testing. So I will be on. We will do 4 straight hours. Huh. 4 straight hours of heroic raid testing. Friday, we do 3. And then we also are going to do normal this weekend. So Friday and Saturday, we'll be doing a bunch of normal difficulty. Blood Decays? Not yet. Not yet. So I really would love to have a utility potion cooldown. I would really love that. They give us Sky Step Pots again, like full strength, like good Sky Step Pots, not like lame crap. Oh my god. We be jamming. Yeah. Yeah. I don't run any like the raid testing or anything like that. So they usually like open it up in like an LFG and stuff like that. I'll probably have it on my screen, but like I can't guarantee anything. They're not my guilds. Unfortunately, my guild does not PTR test. I wish they did. So I tag along with friends. Archon will look good in 30 man. Yeah. Yeah. Wish they gave Holy Priest their boon. That's kind of Void Weaver. Yeah. I don't know. Boon of the Ascended did not fit very well for Holy Priest, if I'm totally honest. It was kind of a very goofy movie with them. It was kind of just goofy. It was just like raw damage. It didn't like interact with your kit at all. It was actually very, very strange. It was fun doing a lot of damage. I will 100% agree with you on that one. Yeah, Race to World First guilds do not stream. Yeah, Race to World First guilds do not stream PTR. Oh, they use every single second they can for PTR testing though, but they just don't stream it. Because like all these weak auras that you see in Race to World First, they didn't just come up with those. Like those are actually done like months before the season. They're actually done like way, way early. Yeah, and then they just tweak it. It's like, oh, the timer for this is like 5 seconds later, or like, oh, I don't need this, I'll delete it. You know, like they make adjustments and stuff from there. But like usually their entire pack is like done. They do that. They make like organized tests for people so that people understand front, back, center, all the mechanics for the fight and like everything they need to do on the encounters and like what's expected of them. You know, you see like that fired up hero play from Castle Nathria. That was because not only he had the awareness of like seeing other people being unable to do the seeds, but also he was going through and practicing in advance of how can he move around the map in PTR, you know? They were on this fight and he's like, oh, could I pick up this seed, set altar time, use my blinks, use my, what was the extra blink you got out of being a Night Fae? That extra one, you know? Like people make weak auras for Liquid? I think it's like 2 or 3. I think there's like one main guy and then there's like other people that like help out and do some of the smaller stuff. I think. But yeah, like they have an entire system because like they have people on hand like Max and others whose job are like, how do we optimize everybody's like study, practice, and preparation, you know, in the season. So a lot of times, I'm sure a lot of these raiders, like before they got into high-end guilds, you know, learned a lot about weak auras and stuff. But like, I don't think they have to even worry about their weak auras or mess around with them if they don't want to, you know? They're like, hey, I need a weak aura for this. Somebody else takes care of it, you know? Oh, how do we track this thing? Oh, I'll take care of it. You just focus on the fight, you know? Yeah, I'm sure that they're doing that like right now, Richard. They're like looking at the dungeon journals. They're getting an idea of it. So it's probably like one of those, oh, hey, here's what it looks like, guys. Look at this. And they'll go ping a mechanic so you can actually visualize it. But like they've already studied it. Yeah. Or they're, you know, what they're doing right now is they're just studying everything in advance. Yeah. Yeah. Because it's just so insanely important, especially for ultra high end rating, that you have to go out of your way to like look for mechanics and look to help everybody. And they're doing that while also doing, you know, 99.9% optimal damage. Crazy stuff, right? But like, watch for Race to World First next time around, because you'll see moments when they prog a boss and they know they're not going to kill it this pull. They'll stand around and they will not do any mechanics. Not do any damage, and they'll look to do the mechanics to get further in the fight. You know, we saw that with the moats on like Queen Anzarek. They'd run around, or like, oh, like what's missing? Who hasn't gotten it? I think it was like THD on their kill. Was looking around, found one, picked it up, got the save. You know, like 20 players are all like looking around for those mechanics to do every single time. Just to like, oh, somebody made a mistake, somebody died, something bad happened, whatever. Let me make up for it. You know, it's pretty sick. Meanwhile, my raid last night, we had bomb soaks going off on Muggsy. We had bomb soaks go off on Muggsy. So me and some other gamers went out like over here to do bomb soaks. So we walked over, we did our bomb soaks, and then a second round of bomb soaks was over here. No, and the boss was where the block gateway was. Nobody left the boss to go soak them. And one of them went off and we almost wiped. It was like, shit. Like we got all the far soaks. But everybody just assumed who was already on the boss that it was like, oh, it's fine. But yeah, mechanics pulls are great. Mechanics pulls are great. Having people like going out of their way to help with the mechanics and stuff makes everything easier. Like how Muggsy went for us was we had Disc Priest and Holy Priest. I would do my ramp and then the Holy Priest would him. And then what I would do is I would complete my ramp and I'd go stand near the Holy Priest because he's channeling him and I would take his soak. So instead of him stopping his channel, I would just go soak anything near him. You know? Oh, I don't want to raid top 10 anymore. Incarnate's close to top 10 NA. We're literally top 10 NA. Yeah. Bam. Bam. There you go. We are top 10 NA. No biggie. Blizzard releases a new healer. It has to be Jack be yapping. I like this stuff. I'm sorry I'm passionate about this. I like it. Yeah. It's my jam. But yeah, we finished World 39th, Region 10. Oh shit, who's that at 6? Not even American. Nah, Tom fucking slams. What's my take with the optional boss? I think everyone's gonna do it. Yeah. You would just penance all the way and raid without smite in between? Probably. For like next raid and stuff canon? I think so. Unless there's a fight that like tells us to do differently. That's kind of my game plan, is go in with insight, piety together, same as usual, and then solace and clairvoyance together, and then you have, 5 penances each time. You just mash the button. Yeah. But yeah, this is actually our best finish in a long time. Yeah. This is our best finish in a while. So we were stoked. And the crazy thing about it is I know we could have done better too. Yeah. I wish it would show our... Oh, it does. Yeah. 141 wipes on OAB. Like, we could have done a lot better on OAB. I think we did well on Muggsy. And then we could have done a little better on Galley. But it was fine. Let's go, Gray. I mean, listen, dude, it's even just tough, like, cutting-edge raiding, you know? Hardest dealer to play in raid? Don't know. Yeah, Styx also was an experience. 49 pulls, 60 on Sprocket. Yeah, like going Styx into Sprocket like made the mental pretty bad. Yeah. That's the thing though, is that you're right. Yes, the guilds that got there early didn't gain much advantage or anything like that, 100%. Here, let me go to the bathroom real quick. One sec. All right. Trinkets for PTR. I've been using the stupid OP one. the Diamantine Void Core. Yeah. Your spells grant you to empower the Void Core, granting you intellect, a chance to increase by 25% while below 50% mana. Multiple applications may overlap. Something like that. But it basically like puts up a bunch more like glass barrier shards on your allies that absorb a bunch of damage. Exclamation point playlist. Yeah. And then the other one is int and crit. Yeah, the Void Ritual one's kind of crazy, but it's a 2-minute cooldown. That's the problem. It's like it's a 2-minute cooldown, so like you'd love to use it with a disc ramp. Getting a 35% buff onto your total intellect, a 35% increase in your total intellect, is insane. Yeah. Yeah, the new dungeon has the minute 30 trinket for us. I'm glad that they always include one, dude. I'm glad they always include one. Here it is. Yeah. Int on use mastery. Nice and chill. Yeah. When's Max gonna call me to go over the healers? Whenever he wants. Yeah. He usually like DMs me and stuff if like he's gonna do it on a certain day. So, yeah, we'll see. It's like 6 2-minute trinkets. Yeah, there are. It's actually stupid. It's actually stupid. Prez is like in a better spot. I would call it a better spot. But is it insane? Not so much. Oh yeah, this is so weird. This is a cocoon with travel time. It like arcs out to your allies and has to like travel to them, and then it absorbs 5 mil damage. It was like decent, but when you have 15 million health, absorbing 5 mil a player is like okay. I don't know. Didn't seem that insane though. I'll play with it some more though. The fact that it might just be like a life-saving tool for people is gonna make it good. But for raw output, not so sure. Yeah. Oh yeah, this Oathbound one is wild. So you mark a target that's Oathbound. Not all of your single target heals work on this. Like Holy Pally Spenders did not work on this, but Holy Shock did work on it. It was super weird. Super, super strange. I haven't seen any Dev Evokers. Saw a couple Augs, but like, I don't know. They had uptime. I guess it was good. I don't know. But this one, yeah, you have to do like one single target heal on somebody if they have the buff. But like once you consume the buff, you don't put any more healing into them. Like it's kind of like if you, I don't know, you hit like a surge proc into somebody. Nah, like Radiance, like AoE heals don't work. It has to be a single target heal onto them. That's what's so goofy about it. And then I think it's only that heal. Like if you cast a flash heal or surge proc into somebody, it consumes the buff, gives you the buff, and then any overheal for the flash heal will make it absorb, and then that's it. So it's like one heal creates an absorb, and that's all it is. So it's like, I don't know, probably better for like a Holy Pally or somebody that does like big single target heals. Something like that. Very, very strange though. Very, very strange. Do you see much tier rank for healers change so far? There's going to be adjustments, yeah. Because, like, this is the first week of actual, like, performance updates. You know, you get to see how things perform in Raid, in M+, and then they're going to be, like, tuning behind it. So, this is, like, absurdly early. Stuff's going to change. All that. Cast the last flash heal on the person before the ramp. That's true. You would have to find it on the frames, though. But if you, like, set up an aura buff or something to find it, that could be good. Because then you could pair that up with an on-use trinket. Actually, that's a kind of genius idea. Shit. 17k buff. So that's, I don't know, almost 10% intellect buff. Plus baseline mastery. How much do usual trinkets have? That's more than a... Ooh, I think you're cooking, actually. I think you're cooking. That might have to be experimented with. Because then potentially it's... Yeah, like... You'd have to try it a bunch and then see on average, because it's going to keep on moving. Yeah. It's going to keep on like jumping around. But you can have multiple buffs out. That's the other thing, Tom. You can have multiple buffs out. I've seen it. And it just refreshes the buff. It doesn't stack the buff. So with all the atonements and all the time that you're spending, if you just set up like a glow in cell or something, you could see it. That's a good cook. Because then you have 3k more intellect than a regular stat trinket does. 3k more intellect than a regular stat trinket does. Plus you have the baseline mastery on it. Yeah. That is a cook. That is a cook. You just start like folding all of your buffs in. And it's going to be in a piety window where you cast like 5 penances in a row. Yeah. I feel you, Gemini. I did a little tier list for like how the tier sets are going. You know, when we have like a little bit of a concrete idea for performance, I'll do some way too early tier lists. You know, I'll have some updates of my thoughts and stuff like that. But it's just early. I don't want to like, oh, it's definitely this. And then, you know, stuff gets nerfed. And then you're hung out to dry. Yeah. You could run it for Resto Shaman as well. I think it would work with a chain heal. Because it's like a direct heal onto that one. Yeah. Gonna do a guide on how to set up raid reminders with MRT. That's a good idea. I'm actually gonna write that one down. Because not only would that be a good guide, but I also need to learn that. I also need to learn that too. I have a nasty habit. I don't know if Tom, if you have this too, but I have a nasty habit with disc rating. I just like remember the muscle memory for the fights. And then if I don't play disc for a while, then I just forget everything and I have to like relearn it. Drives me crazy. Just buy liquid reminders. But the problem is easy. If I buy liquid reminders and then people are like, Jack, how do I have these timers? I'm like, oh, go buy an add-on and then go do it. It's kind of like annoying. But if I do it with MRT, it's easier to share with people. So we did a 14 Ecodome Aldani with Void Weaver. With Void Weaver. Yeah. Made a Google Doc with all the fight and ramp timings, just copy paste it. That's smart. I need to use like all the extra note files and just like name them and everything along those lines. Yeah. Yeah. Use code Jack 10 for 10% off. There you go. There you go. Yep. Thousands of notes in there. I don't know how to clear it. Everybody gets scaled to 670. So even if he's wearing 675 gear, it gets scaled up. So he might have some janky, like lower eye level pieces or something like that. But like all his gear gets scaled up. So maybe he's doing some cheesy stuff with some low eye level piece or something. I don't know. It's entirely possible. I did get my hair cut. Thank you, Zorski. I think they went a little too short, but it was fine. It was fine. Feeling retail curious after seeing the next patch? How do I stop? There is no stop. There's only start. See, that's the thing. I gotta get my alt geared, Stalsy. Because the only characters I have that are awfully geared are my Prez and my Druid. They have like negative gear. But everybody else is like 660 or so. So I'm like, shit, I could probably be doing 10s pretty fast on those guys. Yeah. One time you had a Windwalker using some very cheesy gear. There you go. That is so common in PTR as well. People used to take this trinket. Okay, you'll never believe this. There's a trinket. Some of you might know this. I can't believe I have to scroll so far to get to it. Okay. That's absurd. Anyway, there's a trinket in Throne of Thunder that Shadow Priests would use. Okay, and get this. Here's what the Shadow Priests would end up doing. They would grab this trinket multiple expansions later. It's called Unerring Visions of Lei Shen. And it would proc guaranteed crit. And then they would bring this. It was a mop trinket. They would be doing it in like WAD testing. I'm trying to remember the most recent time that they ended up doing it. Probably in Legion was when they got told to stop But they would bring this guaranteed crit trinket and they would pop off and do obscene damage in PTR testing. And it would screw up their data when they were trying to actually properly tune it. Yeah, it might have been Trial of Valor. They were like, bro, we can't tune the spec properly if there's like 30 high-end Shadow Priest all running this busted trinket from 3 expansions ago. Yeah. Holy's going to be sick this tier, Tusio. Plus, you get a guaranteed res. So, like, you're never going to die on prog, you know? Yeah. Encounter Planner add-on? I'll write it down. I don't have time to check it right now, but I will. I end up, like, basically, you know, spending forever in progress, and then people want to see, like, notes and stuff like that. So, is that the opposite of what you want? Yes. But they were effectively screwing themselves over because Unga Bunga Monkey Brain, I want to do good damage in PTR and look good, even if it means using busted tools. Yeah. A lot of people, like an absurd amount of people, do not give a shit about giving Blizzard good data or something to go off of. They want to do big number. They want the game to be broken and them to do the most damage, but only for it to be broken for them. See the, do you see the, like, Mop Classic stuff they had recently? Where they were, like, having Vengeance not work with certain abilities? Yeah. That's what was going on. That's what was going on. Yeah. That's how it goes. All right. We got a little sponsor game. We can still talk about this and stuff, too. We're going to do, like, probably, like, 30 minutes or so of some Call of Dragons because I got a big base. I got a big base that's finally working. We'll do some more WoW goodies and stuff like that tomorrow though. Because we got lots of raid testing. If you want to check it out, this game's kind of like an MMO and an RTS sort of like folded in together. And basically you can kind of team up with your alliance. One sec. You can kind of team up with your alliance on the map and go invade everybody else's bases. Like I could go invade this guy or that guy or something like that. Oh, I think this guy's another alliance member. Let's go. Having an early SL beta, they made the mobs hit like freight trains because people wore cheese gear. Yeah, that's right. That's right. It is Buff Holy. Good old